Good evening. Welcome to the June 16th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Shropshire is present. She just walked out. Councilmember Freely? Present. Councilmember Atkins?
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler?
Present.
Councilmember Cummins?
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell, Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, I have you. Councilmember Butler? And Councilmember Martin Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight, invocation is going to be done by Pastor Mobley. Can we please have everyone stand for the invocation and pledge to the flag?
Let's pray. We are thankful for all that you do for us, and we have life, and we have it more abundantly. Bless our mayor and council as they navigate what we need for this city. Bless us as citizens and visitors so that we can appreciate their efforts. Bless all the city workers. We pray in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. We will now move to presentations and announcements. And first up, we have some more champions in the city of East Point that we want to recognize. We have our East Point Parks and Recreation Division, our 12U NFL. I like that. NFL flag football super regional flag champions to acknowledge tonight. I'm going to welcome Director Shalora Pinkett to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Very excited to be back here before you again. As the Mayor said a couple of weeks ago, when we were working on the banner, we are the City of Champions. Last year, in July 2024, we were before you to announce us winning the Super Regional in Dothan, Alabama for our 8U and 12U division. Those teams went on to Orlando to play in the Pro Bowl, and they finished number 4 in the nation and number 8 in the nation. Just a few weeks ago, we traveled back down to Dothan, which we call the East Point Invitationals now, with the goal to try to win a national championship. And we were successful taking our first step to win a national title by winning the NFL Super Regional in Dothan, Alabama. I'm going to be introducing another one of my key team members. He does a lot of stuff behind the scene. I was recruiting this guy for probably about 5 years to come join our team. And since then, under his leadership, we've won pickleball state championships, flag state championships for girls, you name it. Mr. Shedrick Roberts just celebrated his first year anniversary, I think on January 2nd. Yep, I'm sorry, June 3rd, June 3rd, just a few weeks ago. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Shedrick Roberts.
All right, good evening, everybody. Like Shalora said, I am Shedrick Roberts, your athletic coordinator here at East Point Parks and Recreations. We're here to celebrate our NFL flag program, y'all. It's an amazing program where we house about 60-plus teams in our fall league. 30 of those teams are East Point teams, which means those are East Point residents' kids. They register with us. 20 teams are outside teams, which means they come from different cities, different counties to play with us, as far as DeKalb County all the way down to Fayette, right here at College Park also. We have a lot of teams that play, a lot of kids that participate with us, and we have a lot of fun, and it's super amazing. Also, our athletes range ages from 3 to 13. So we house a lot of athletes, man, and we try to make sure that we encompass a lot of kids and families in our community. Also, this spring, we had flag football, and we called it Friday Night Lights. We try to put it behind like high school football. So we do college flag football on Friday night so the kids can get an opportunity to play in the lights. We had about 25 teams that played in that league that just finished up last week. Now, this program is spearheaded by a guy right here, which is Kente Rogers. He's the one that contacts all our coaches. He works with all our parents. He also coached this championship team that came through and won in Dalton, Alabama. We'd like to take this time to thank our parents, our community, for all their dedication to our program, bringing their kids to practices, traveling to Dalton, Alabama. We'd like to say, parents, thank you so much for your dedication to our program. We cannot do it without you, the parents, in our program. Now we'd like to turn it over to our champion coach, Kente Rogers, as he introduces his champion team.
I want to start by saying thank you guys. Thank the parents. Without the parents, we wouldn't be here. A lot of these kids I've been coaching for years. Some of these kids are new to the East Point program, but they've came and they adapted very well. So I want to start with our MVP, Landon Brown. Landon went out there, he played extremely well. Then we have Mr. Ryan Johnson. We have Darren Foster, DJ Foster. Jason Skeen. Dominic Meredith. I got a few in the back, y'all can't see them, but Tyler Harris. Kareem Standifer. I don't know if y'all can tell, but that's my baby. He the baby of the bunch. And then last but not least, we call him Grandpa, because he moved like Grandpa. It might take him 30 minutes to get up here. Mr. Kevin Frazier. But again, these young men, they sacrifice so much. Their parents sacrificed a 3-4 hour drive to get us down there. It was a stay and play tournament, so we had to stay overnight. Then we had to play that Saturday morning. These guys did extremely well. I'm super proud of them. We're gonna get back to practice this week, and then we're gonna go to Nationals in July. Nationals July 18th through the 20th. So we're getting ready for that.
Well, great job. Before we give these young men a standing ovation, I want the parents and family and everyone who supported them to stand. We want to recognize them. I know how much you all put into this as parents and their support system to make sure not only they make practice and games, but that they're training, that they're staying up with their work so that they're scholar athletes and not just athletes. So congratulations to the parents and their support system, and congratulations to these young men. I think Director Pinkett has something to say.
Yeah, we did announce they're actually going to Canton, Ohio, July 18th. They moved it from Orlando to Canton, so we'll be up there and probably see some of these kids in the Hall of Fame one day.
Okay, I look forward to it, and I'm sure Grandpa don't move slow on the field, because they wouldn't win if that's the case. Let's give them a standing ovation. So I'm going to go to council members. I'm sure they would like to have some words for you all, and I'll call them, and then I will have some further words of congratulations, and then we will come down and take a picture with you all first, with you and your coaches. Congratulations to the coaches and all of the staff that are working with these young men. We'll have a picture with council, the youth, and their coaches and the director, and then we're going to invite the family up for a picture as well. So I don't, Councilmember Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would just like to just pretty much echo a lot of those sentiments of the mayor. Just congratulations to you guys. I know just my son played rec ball from 6 up until now. He's playing in college. But just to see you guys and just the progress that you made, and just to see, you winning these championships, and parents. I mean, it's without the parents, I mean, you guys, you can't get anywhere. So it's totally, the parents, and you take a lot out of your time, your day for these kids, to invest in these kids. And one of the things that they said most importantly is that you guys are student athletes. Student athletes, that's something that's always going to be important. And I just encourage you guys to continue to do well, strive, work hard. And one more thing, they talked about that Friday Night Lights. If no one had an opportunity to go there, I actually went a couple Fridays. It's a whole vibe on a Friday night there, or what he's doing over there at that park. So if you all didn't get an opportunity to just to participate and to take part, definitely make sure that you do that next year. But like I said, it is complete. It's a whole vibe there on Friday nights. So again, thank you guys so much. Good luck. We'll wait for y'all to bring that championship back home.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. I want to say congratulations to our Parks and Rec Department, athletes, parents. Thank you so much for making our city such a positive city through your work with this department, Director Pickett. You have made us a true city of champions. And to the gentlemen, don't forget where you got your start, right here in East Point. Keep your education first, and once you are successful, because I'm speaking it into existence, reach back into East Point and help someone else. Thank you so much for your great work, and I'm proud of you all.
Councilmember Freely.
I just wanted to add my congratulations and a thank you for bringing this home to East Point, and best of luck at the championship. Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, very briefly, I just want to say thank you, Director Pinkett, for your vision and leadership, and also Mr. Roberts and Mr. Rogers and all of the parents in the support system for these great scholar athletes. And all I'm going to say is just bring home the gold from Alabama to Ohio. I know you can do it, so thank you so much.
So I always say there's no point like East Point, and our list of champions keep growing. So thank you so much for representing our city so well. I'm proud of each and every one of you. The work you put in on the field, the champion mindset that you have, and let's make sure we keep it on and off the field. So want to see the same champion attitude in your books and in your school, in your academic and professional endeavors. As Councilmember Martin Rogers says, when you all get to the NFL flag, they're going to have Olympics flag soon and a lot of other opportunities. I always remember East Point and remember your proud, humble beginnings here and the support that you received here. Councilmember Cummings mentioned that Friday Night Lights is a vibe. I've been out there as well. It's a vibe, but it's also a family vibe. So it is a place where on Fridays, if you want to pick your kids up from school after you get off of work and come and not have to worry about dinner, they have food there. They have activities there while the kids are also playing. It's a really great opportunity for people to connect and for a family night out in East Point at John D. Milner Park, 3009 Randall Street. So again, thank you, congratulations. We're going to come down and take a picture with you all. First it'll be council, the young men and the staff, the coach and Director Pickett, and then we're going to invite the family up to take a picture with us as well. And Do I see anyone from communications? Oh, great. There she is, Ms. Jerry. Okay, let's go down. Next up, we have a proclamation honoring the retirement of Vincent Todd Hicks, our electrical superintendent, in recognition of 40 years of dedicated service to the city of East Point, 4 decades. I'm going to invite Director Sean Dow to come up and open it up before I read the proclamation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't know if to be happy or to be sad, really and truly. This is going to be some real big shoes to fill. When I remember when I first started in the city, young engineer coming in, and I'm coming from the Virgin Islands, so it's, you know, a different culture, everything. And the first thing Todd told me, what can I teach him? And that was wild to me, because it's like, you've been here for 32 years. Like, what can, you know, this young boy teach you? But just that alone started our relationship, and what he taught me, like, there's no one in this world could ever take that away from me. Like, and it's more than, you know, just the city, just the power grid of the city, because, you know, it could be 3 o'clock in the morning and I could call Todd, hey, you know, how does such and such connect from the substation? And he'll be telling me, look for this pole on this street, you know, you're going to see this kind of house, like everything. Like, if it's one person that knows this city, that's Todd Hicks. But just so proud of, you know, who he is and what he become since I've been here and I've gotten to know him. To know Todd is to honestly love Todd. There's nothing he's not going to do for you, you know, that he won't do for himself. So without further ado, Todd Hicks.
So the numbers got to be wrong. You don't look like you could have served with us for 40 years. I mean, whatever you're doing it right. Long life, but really, thank you so much for over 4 decades of service to the city of East Point. That is remarkable for you to be committed to our city for that long, but not only committed to perform excellent work and to show up in very serious, sometimes dangerous circumstances to ensure that the lights stay on. So I want to say thank you, and then I'm going to read the proclamation. I'm going to open it up to council for them to have any comments, and then we're going to come down and take a picture with you as well as I present the proclamation. I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak before we come down, if you'd like to. Not required, but an opportunity. We'll come down, we'll take a picture with you, we'll invite your family up, because I know the family here is here as well as the East Point Power Department. I heard the rounds of applause, so I know they're in the house as well. So, in recognition of Vincent Todd Hicks, whereas Vincent Todd Hicks, a native of Atlanta, Georgia, began his distinguished career with the city of East Point on April 8, 1985, starting his journey with the humble yet symbolic task, digging a hole for a pole. And whereas Mr. Hicks's career path is a testament of dedication and perseverance, beginning as a groundman, formerly referred to as a grunt, and rising through the ranks as a truck operator, apprentice lineman, foreman, and ultimately superintendent in the electrical department. And whereas Vincent Hicks proudly became the first black individual to serve as a lineman and later as a foreman in the city of East Point's electrical department, breaking barriers and paving the way for others to follow. And whereas Mr. Hicks has demonstrated extraordinary commitment through decades of service, including working during major historical and environmental events such as the Y2K, quote-unquote, Snowmageddon storm that brought our city to a standstill. And whereas Vincent Hicks has witnessed the transformation of the city firsthand, from the original downtown landscape to the development of the Camp Creek Marketplace and the current City Hall, contributing to the city's growth, not just with his labor, but with his loyalty and love for East Point. And whereas Mr. Hicks balances a life of public service with personal joy as a newlywed and a proud father to 2 adult daughters, while enjoying reading, running, and bicycling in his free time. And whereas throughout his long and storied career, Vincent Todd Hicks has remained humble, grateful, and enthusiastic about his work, stating he feels, quote, blessed to have the job, and continues to love the city, his work, and the co-workers who he considers to be like family. And whereas after enjoying an illustrious career in the city's power department, Vincent Todd Hicks will retire on July 1st, 2025, culminating over 4 decades of service to residents and businesses in the city of East Point. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Dina Holiday Ingram, Mayor of the City of East Point, along with the City Council, hereby honor Vincent Todd Hicks for his invaluable commitment and exemplary service to the City of East Point, and congratulate him on a job well done and his retirement. Thank you so much, Mr. Hicks. Councilmember Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will say this. If you ever had to have an ex-brother-in-law, it would be Todd Hicks. Todd Hicks is my ex-brother-in-law. The best brother-in-law. He's still just like a brother to me. There is nothing that I can't call Todd for today that he won't do for me or my family, my boys, my current husband. There's nothing that Todd wouldn't do. So those things that Sean said, it's true through and through. I can call Todd, even now when the power's out, and I didn't know he was kind of like not at work all the time. I'm like, Todd, power's out over here. Hold on. Let me find out what's going on. So, I mean, he's always been there. And Todd, I just want to congratulate you. And I just did a little math. When you came on with the city, I was just 13 years old. So he's truly put his time in. And Todd, I am just super proud of you. Always. Nothing but love for you. I'm always saying, I'll probably still end up calling to see if you can call somebody when the power is out. But again, enjoy your retirement. No one deserves it better, more than you. I love you. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Councilmember Butler.
Brother Hicks, how you doing? Your years of service and dedication to the city is not only an example of who you are, it's also a testament to how you were reared and raised. Wolfpack, Southwest. You're the perfect example of what our culture is, what Atlanta truly means to be: hard work, perseverance, longevity. I wish there were enough accolades that I could truly bestow upon you to show my deep gratitude for who you are. But I leave you with this. You are the legacy to keep and the image to uphold that we were taught about. Your ancestors, you make them proud, and you're something that we all should look up to. Thank you so much, my brother, for your service.
Councilmember Freely.
I can't top that. I just want to say thank you for your service, and I certainly hope you enjoy the next 40 years. Thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks, for your service and dedication to our city. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate you sticking through everything. And thank you so much, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hicks, for your dedication and service to the city of East Point for decades. Enjoy the next chapter.
Oh, yeah.
Turn the page on this one and enjoy the next chapter. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, I'll tell you, Mr. Hicks, I have not known you as some of my colleagues or as well as Director Dow has known you, but just hearing their testament and the quality and the level of work that you have given this city, I just wanted to just say thank you for that. And as my other colleague had said, please enjoy the next 40 years as well. You absolutely deserve it.
Thank you. Councilmember Shropshire.
Congratulations on your retirement. May you enjoy what's ahead to come. You don't have to get up and answer to anyone. You don't have to clock in. You don't have to clock out. You can just do you and do it to the fullest and enjoy yourself on your retirement. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't have to get up. You also don't have to come in at like 3 o'clock in the morning because you all work 24 hours and we greatly appreciate it. You know what I always remember about you, Mr. Hicks, no matter where I see you, what is going on, even if it's in the midst of or right after something that's very serious and challenging, you have that same calm presence. You are truly a calm in the midst of the storm. We are truly going to miss you, but I am happy for you, and I'm happy that, you know, as you stand here today, looks like you're going to enjoy 40-plus years of retirement. So we are excited to say, you know, thank you for a job well done. Enjoy the next chapters, and I'm going to turn it over now to the calm in the midst of the storm, Mr. Hicks, if you'd like to say anything before we come down.
First of all, I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe, keeping my department safe. I want to thank the mayor, council for this prestigious proclamation. My dad always said that if you do good work, you get acknowledgement. And I believe I've done good work. But it will get better with the team I'm leaving behind. It'll get better. They got to get better than me. Keep striving. I want to bring my team up here. Y'all come on. I want to thank my family for praying for me. My mom was here. She's been through a lot. My dad passed away this November, and I know he's happy. So this is my team: Thomas Mangum, Gregory Cricky, Lisa Persons, Darius Adams. Y'all step on in. I didn't do it by myself.
Thank you, Doc.
You got Sean right here. Darius. And again, it's been, like I always say, 40 years, 2 months, and 8 days. And I appreciate it, and I'm going to miss East Point, but you'll see me around. All right, thank you very much. And God bless you.
Congratulations, Mr. Hicks. The works you've done truly speak for you, and we appreciate you. Item number 3, Mr. Constantino had an emergency come up, and so he will join us on July 7th. So if you could put it as the July 7th work session as a presentation. Presentation.
You said work session, but I was just making sure it's council meeting, though.
Yeah, council meeting,
okay.
July 7th.
I got it.
Next meeting. Thank you. Next up is the Clean City Senior Initiative. Council member, this says my name, but I think this is Council member Shropshire.
It is.
Can you update the agenda too as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I put this on the agenda to get an update on the Clean City Initiative with the seniors, and we're going to bring up men of intelligence, Councilmember Alexander Gothard. I'm sorry, Lord Jesus. Former. Speaking into existence. Former Councilmember Alexander Gothard, Darnelius Mays, and Ariel.
AB.
Thank you.
And before we get started, Madam City Clerk, if you would. It's good to see everybody, new council up here. Congratulations to the new members. I haven't met everybody, but it's definitely good to see everyone.
Testing, okay. How y'all doing? I'm the founder and president of Minimum Tenant Association, Dorneas Mays. How y'all doing? All right, so we got the yard maintenance and tree trimming program for senior citizens of East Point, Georgia. So make sure I do this right. Sit down. Is it right? Oh, my fault. I'm sorry, y'all. Go down or up? Down. Technology. Okay. Got it. Okay. Minimum Tenant Association, known as Moria, who we are, a network of professional brothers donating our time, talent, and treasure to serve and empower the community. Members include police, electricians, commercial real estate agents, landscape architects, personal trainers, etc. Activities will be performed on an ongoing basis, 40 miles in a mule, 5K run to feed the homeless, community cleanups, College Park, Clothes Drive, Believe Community Garden, probation, community service hours for probation community service hours manager at East Point, and youth services. The purpose of this project, maintain yards and tree limbs are a public safety issue. Largely overhanging limbs could be life-threatening for a senior. Untamed yards are an invitation for bad actors and insects and rodents. Helps lazy residents age in place and avoid being pushed out. Rising taxes, wholesalers, inflation, etc. Long time residents are being seized at every turn. Seniors typically feel unheard and overlooked. Program directly addresses some of their concerns and prevents seniors from injury themselves. Need to be called back, creeks, code enforcement, etc. Many senior citizens cannot afford large-scale yard cleanups or tree or trimming. Most are on fixed income. I will say this, okay. I'll let Alex Gotha continue the rest. But I will say, y'all, being out there in the field, a lot of senior citizens do appreciate what we do out there because they can't afford to get this stuff done for themselves.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mays, and good evening, City Council, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, everyone. So, could you go back one slide, please? So, Mr. Mays, he'll talk you to death, but he speed through some slides. So, in terms of this project, we hear a lot from our seniors, not only about this project, but just how they feel in being East Point residents. They're being squeezed. They're really being squeezed. So they really appreciate this project from you all. Your vision, Ms. Shropshire, I know she really fought for this project, but we really appreciate what you've done, and they really appreciate what you've done. Okay, go next slide. So far, we've done 296 tree trim yards. We've either trimmed trees on the property or we've cut the trees down. 351 yards manicured that we've done, and 302 gutters that we've cleaned. Partnerships, East Point Court Systems, we also work with the East Point Court. If they have people who need to serve community service, typically they pass those people to us, and we do a lot of cleanups. So we either put them down at the community garden, or we have them come with us on the community cleanups. Club B, which is down in College Park, One Talent, and Home Depot. Mr. Buford right here, he's made sure that Home Depot really helps us out in this endeavor. We've connected seniors, things that we can't do with Habitat for Humanity. They've done new windows, new gutters. they've done a lot of things that we can't do, and we've directly connected them with Habitat for Humanity, as well as Fulton County. In the field, this is Miss Hill's yard on the low. She had a lot of leaves, so we bagged those up for her, and this is us actually in the field doing the trees. Some stats that we kind of pulled up. 42% of East Point is owner-occupied housing. I think that's from last year. It's probably gone up by now, which means we have a very large renter population in East Point, about 16,000 households, 38,000 people. Almost a quarter of our population lives in poverty. 22% over 55 years old, so this is our focus, those 22%, and 1,700 veterans in East Point. So we mentioned Home Depot. Home Depot has given gift cards for veterans. Home Depot has sent volunteers out to help clean yards of seniors. They've really done a lot to help our seniors. The expense of trees and gutters and yards is growing. It's not cheap. It's very expensive. This program really helps with aging in place versus pushing our seniors out, as Mr. Mays mentioned. The average senior pension is about $31,000. So imagine that with the cost of living. And these are property taxes that I pulled. This is an actual participant. The slide didn't exactly come out right. But in 2018, this senior resident paid $995 for taxes. Last year, this same resident paid just over $4,000. So in just 6 years, their taxes have increased by this much. So you can see they're being squeezed at every turn. Much needed program for legacy residents, public safety. Many seniors hurt themselves. Last time we were out here, Miss Brichette talked about how she got up on her roof to try to cut some trees and she fell and she broke her arm. And she was in the hospital for about 6 months or so. So that's what we try to avoid. That's why we're here, and that's why you all really fought to get this program in place. Property maintenance and neighborhood appearance help preserve property values, reduces code enforcement violations. I've talked to Officer McGee on a few occasions, and just him and I have had the conversation about fallen trees on yards, and he's actually given, I don't know if I should be saying this, but he's given a few of our senior residents a break. We've assured him that we would take care of certain things. So that's a good partnership as well. It minimizes burden on city staff. It's less expensive to be proactive. And Mr. Northern, who's in the back, he just talked with Sean about some trees overhanging the electric line. So it's much less expensive to be proactive on these kind of things. Community engagement and equity. This program has shown a commitment to include our most at-risk folks. Many older adults face mobility challenges and financial constraints. It supports intergenerational collaboration. We work with a lot of teens, and we actually bring a lot of the teens on the yards. We train them with our professional tree cutters, our professional landscapers, so they can see what being an entrepreneur is like. So it's almost like full circle for us, but we're training them as well. And as we mentioned before, this program truly supports aging in place. Many seniors simply cannot afford these services. And we also have a short video for you. Madam City Clerk, is the volume on?
We've been in East Point for the last 37 years. I was struck about 3 years ago grandson unable to cut all this yard by myself. It really helped me out, and it does so much for the neighborhood. I hope to see him again next month. And thank you.
I was in need here. Figure what y'all doing for me. Say no more, but thank you, Jesus. Thank you all for being a blessing to me and helping me in my new name. Thank you all very much.
And I am so happy that East Point has a program that helps. Grateful for even the volunteer workers that's helping with this program. So, and I thank you all very much.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more. Yeah, start that breakfast burrito. There's
All right. That was a home video created by us, but just shows you how much people appreciate this service. You can go to the next one. Here you can see our president, Mr. Mays, along with some of our folks. And again, we've been doing this for about 4 years or so. And I'd failed to acknowledge our city clerk, who has done an excellent job just taking out the hundreds of names of people who have called in and just keeping them organized. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. And you may have also noticed, our guys, we did some pressure washing. They may ask us for a few extra things, and sometimes if their schedules allow, we'll do those extra things for our seniors. So this is the program, and I know we have a few seniors who would like to speak before I can get it out on behalf of the program. So I will turn it over.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Josephine Brown, and I live on Leith Avenue, 2361 Leith Avenue, and I moved to East Point in 1988. And I've been doing my yards. I started in my late 30s, so you can see now that I'm in my 70s, it's a chore. But when I found out about this program, this was when they came and trimmed all the trees and everything, and I was just so excited, and I thank you so much. The tree trimming, and the people are so professional. And Alex, you got the right one who's handling this program, Mr. Mays. They come out, and the job is excellent. You're talking about excellence, that's manicuring, and it really, it just helps so much, and to see your lawn looking so beautiful. So I want to thank Alex, and he's just so professional, and when I call or text him about anything, a tree, he's right there immediately, and if he doesn't respond immediately, it's within a short period of time. So thank you very much for the program, and I pray that it will continue. God bless you.
I think we have some more, Mr. Bailey. I think we have a few more in the audience who would like to speak. Yeah, we want to hear from all of y'all. So come on up.
I'm Wesley Bailey, and I've been here a pretty good while. And when the tree thing came up, it was perfect for me, because I was in a situation I needed some trim back. And this man here threw the hand out and took care of me. I'm not a big speaking person, but East Point is looking a lot better than it looked 20 years ago. And we've been around here a long time, and people like him, programs like this, make a difference. And y'all looking good in here too.
I'm Stephanie Carpenter, and I reside on Headland Drive.
I cannot say enough about this program. I am requesting the City of East Point continue funding the Men of Intelligence program. As a 40-plus year resident of this city and an active voter in the community, I personally have benefited from this partnership between the Keep East Point Beautiful and Men of Intelligence Cooperative. In addition to assisting senior citizens, the Men of Intelligence program they mentor the youth. They're encouraging them, they're teaching them entrepreneurship, which of course in turn will benefit us, the City of East Point, because hopefully some of these young people will start businesses, stay or return to our community, and that of course will foster and that will grow our economic base. Again, I earnestly request that you maintain this trusted partnership. Men of Intelligence has been, as I understand it, a program in place for approximately 4 years. I'm asking for many, many more. Please continue to support us. As a senior citizen,
Okay, I don't know if we have anyone else. I see some more of our seniors. I don't know if they want to speak or not. So if you want to speak, you can come on up. But as you've heard, this is a great program. And again, I know Councilwoman Shropshire fought hard to get this program. And also in terms of the litter, we were out this morning, Mr. Mays, with our teenagers picking up litter on Washington Road. So we also want to acknowledge Councilwoman Martin, who supports that program. So thank you to the City Council for this program. And so this is the end of the program as of right now. So it's up to you all in terms of if you would like to continue it or not. But it's been a pleasure serving this program. And if you have any questions, we'll absolutely take them.
Councilwoman Shropshire.
Thank you. And I will say this, if all the seniors here who, if you could stand.
I think the seniors who participated in the program.
Yeah, who participated in the program. I want to say thank you. First, let me say thank you to Men of Intelligence. This program, a couple of years ago, oh, you can sit down. A couple of years ago, I attended a meeting from National League of Cities. And this program was in, I believe it was Cleveland, Ohio. And they offered this program to their seniors in keeping their yards clean. And I brought it back to the city because I know that without our seniors, we would not be here. Our seniors paved the way for us. They've paid all the taxes. They did everything that they have to do to make a way for us for this city. So I wanted to provide them service to make them so they would not have to worry about keeping their yards clean or doing anything else, because they already have to decide between medicine and food. So if we could provide some type of assistance in helping around the house or with their yards, that would help them out in so many ways. And former Alexander Gothard, Alex took on and wanted to help with his with Men of Intelligence, and they did just that, and they went out and they provided the service, and they talked to the seniors, and they asked what is it more that they can provide. And one of the things that they said that they wanted most was, along with getting their yards clean, if they could have their trees trimmed back, because when it rains and the storm comes, they was afraid that maybe the tree limb or something would fall on their house. So that component was added in, and it has worked tremendously. And now we see the work that they've done. And what I want to ask the city manager is this. Is this still funded in the budget? And what do we have to do to keep this program going on? Because I don't want it to stop. I want the seniors to continue to get this service that's provided for them.
Well, council member, if it's the will of the council, I am confident that we can find funding to make the available for this program.
Well, thank you so much for your service. I think it is still included in the draft budget that we have. We've had several drafts, so I think funding is still in there. Council at some point will approve a budget, but if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Jones, it's already included in there. I think we had that in the presentation.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So I have one more question. So my question is this. Alex, the contract, is it still going? How was that? Or is that a question for the city manager?
Well, the agreement terminates this fiscal year. So at the end of this fiscal year, it's done. And at this point, we've served many more participants than our agreement calls for. But at the end of this fiscal year, that's it.
So it has to be a new contract?
A new agreement, yes.
A new agreement, okay. So, Mr. City Manager, is that something that, well, I should ask the city attorney, is that something that
Yeah, I think once the budget is approved, they would prepare a MOU to bring back before council. I think that's how we've done it previously. You know, right now the budget hasn't been approved. It's not approved before the end of this fiscal year. We will be operating under last year's budget per charter. That's concerning for a number of reasons. It delays property tax billing, and it also impacts ad valorem taxes for personal property. And the last time we were in that situation was in 2013. So hopefully it will be approved in the near term, and that we're not planning to continue to operate under FY25 budget when we have proposed budgets in front of us. But that has generally been the process. Once it's approved, those items that are in there, they would have to formalize those, and I'm sure start with the MOU that we currently have in place and revise that in any way that they need. For Shropshire.
That was my question. Thank you.
I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge Bishop Fan, who's sitting right there in the front. He's been a huge supporter of this program and has helped us a lot, even in letting seniors know about the program. So, thank you, Council.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. We got one more.
I just wanted to say thank you. Prior to my return to council, the residents in Ward D were overly impressed with the program that the Men of Intelligence brought. And I also wanted to thank Councilmember Shropshire, because I remember you talking about this program specifically geared toward our seniors. So thank you so much for your continued work even after you've turned the page. Thank you so much for being involved in our community and helping that population that oftentimes is neglected. So thank you so much. We look forward to working with you again.
Thank you all.
Before you leave, Alex, before you leave, I too want to acknowledge the great work you've done, Men of Intelligence. I've called several times, and even outside of the scope of services, and when your budget has been depleted, you guys still go out, show up, and you clean up for the seniors, and you do what's needed. So I'd like to offer my gratitude as well.
Thank you.
All right, that ends our presentations. Thank you so much to the Men of Intelligence for providing the service, and to the seniors who came out tonight to share the impact and their gratitude for the Clean City Senior Initiative. Next up, committee reports. Do we have any committee reports from any of the council members on either the Budget and Finance Committee or the Council Human Resource Committee? Any comment from any committees? All right. Adoption of the council agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we approve the council agenda.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, approval of city council minutes from the June 2nd, 2025 regular meeting. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we approve the council meeting from June 2nd.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the council minutes from the June 2nd regular meeting. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have two public hearings. I believe these are both zoning public hearings. I will turn it to Attorney Frank Hartley to read the public hearing rules for these matters, and then we will take them in turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearings for zoning matters before the City Council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the public hearing. The presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the City Council may increase the total time for speakers provided for each side, given the same amount of time for each side. If there's more than one speaker for a side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of the allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify him or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the City Council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Thank you, Attorney Hartley. Can we get a motion to open the public hearing for ordinance to grant a special use permit for habitable accessory structure at 1962 Montrose Drive?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. I need 5. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Jones, I'll turn it over to staff for an overview of the matter.
Thank you. I'll have the Director Smith walk us through this item.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. My name is Kimberly Smith, the Planning and Community Development Director. I also have with me today Lee Kelly, Assistant Director. In reference to this item, property located at 1962 Montrose Drive, case number P2025U-001-04. The applicant is Timothy Glover and Rachel Lastinger, and the property is currently zoned R1, single-family residential. The applicant is requesting a use permit for a habitable accessory structure in R1 single-family dwelling unit zoning district, and the case type is a use permit. This map shows the current zoning of the property, surrounded by all R1 single-family zoning district. This map shows the future land use map designation as traditional neighborhood, which is shown as well. Traditional neighborhood provides for protecting historic nature of single-family homes. Typical zoning districts are R1, RL, R1A, RT, and R2, and R3, and accessory dwelling units are also permitted within this area. Staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. And condition number 1, as stated, shall adhere to all applicable state and city codes. Condition number 2, applicant shall submit a survey of the property to confirm setback requirements for existing structure. That concludes our presentation at this time.
This is a public hearing on the request for a habitable accessory structure. I have the applicant come up first.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. There we go. Yes, sorry. Good evening. Rachel Lostinger and Tim Glover. We live at 1962 Montrose Drive. And yeah, we have an existing garage unit on the property that we are wanting to apply for the habitable accessory structure, or for the special use permit to make it a habitable accessory structure, so that we can repair the unit and create it into a studio type space for family that comes to visit, and then possibly renting on Airbnb as well. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
During this time in the public hearing, we won't entertain questions, but after the public hearing closes, we'll open it back up, and then if there's questions, we'll have you all come back at that time. So you can just stay in the front.
Okay.
To the side, though.
Perfect.
Yep. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 1962 Montrose Drive? Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the request for a habitable accessory permit for a habitable accessory structure at 1962 Montrose Drive? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to the request for a habitable accessory structure at 1962, I might have just said 65, 1962 Montrose Drive? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Councilmember Atkins said so moved. So Councilmember Shropshire second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item? Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the. Madam Mayor, I move that we waive the first reading for the habitable accessory structure application for 1962 Montrose Drive.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item?
Yes.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to approve the habitable accessory structure use permit for 1962 Montrose Drive.
Motion to adopt the ordinance.
Motion to adopt the ordinance with the conditions as stated by staff. I know that she said that there were some, but
we're going to go in discussion. So there's a motion to adopt the ordinance granting the special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 1962 Montrose Drive. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Atkins.
I know that Director Smith said that there were some conditions with this application. Would you please review those conditions for us? I may have missed them.
The first condition, applicant shall adhere to all applicable state and city codes. Condition number 2, applicant must submit a survey of property to confirm setback requirements for existing structures.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? I'm looking at
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, ordinance.
Sorry, Mayor. I was just going to mention that if I look at the ordinance that's in your packet, there are 3 conditions in the ordinance that's in your packet. Those conditions are: the structure must meet the minimum requirements of habitable accessory structure per your zoning code and the International Residential Code with state amendments. Planning and Community Development Department shall have final review and approval of the architectural design, and the applicant and owner must reside in the principal structure or the accessory structure at the subject location and adhere to all city short-term rental guidelines and provisions. Those are the conditions that are in the ordinance in your packet.
Yep, you read my mind because I was going to those because I don't see the applicant must submit a survey of the property as one of these conditions, and to your point, there's 3. So, Mr. Jones, staff, like, one of the condition 2 is not in the ordinance that's in our packet.
Staff will amend the ordinance to add condition number 2, and all others shall remain the same.
At this point, it's before council. We're in a motion to adopt the ordinance. It can be done a couple of ways. One could be there's a motion to defer it for it to come back, but there also could be done with a motion to approve with the conditions stated in the ordinance, as well as adding and then read the one that's on the screen into the record so that we can deal with it at this juncture if that's the desire of council. Councilman Atkins.
Yes, as the maker of the motion, I would prefer that we deal with it at this juncture. And so if I may amend the motion to include the conditions as stated in the ordinance with the addition of number 2 that is on our screen that reads, applicant must submit a survey of the property to confirm setback requirements for existing structures.
Second still stand. I think Councilmember Cummins made the second. That's proper, Attorney Hartley?
That's proper, Mayor. Okay. Just for the record, there'll be 4 conditions.
Correct. So the 3 that are in there and the one that was read will be condition 4. And the motion was amended. The second has any further discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
Discussion. So does this applicant meet all of the qualifications for this? I believe one of those. Do they actually stay there? Was that a? Oh, you actually stay there. Okay. Okay, thank you. Just double checking.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And to the applicant, there were no additional questions. So that discussion we just had, the questions didn't really give rise to what you all needed to answer. So that's what we asked staff, but it was just approved. So congratulations. You're welcome. Next, can we get a motion to open a public hearing on the ordinance granting a special use permit for habitable accessory structure at 3020 Church Street?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Jones, I'll turn it over to you and staff review.
Yes, Director Smith will walk us through this item as well.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. In reference to this item, property located at 3020 Church Street, case number known as P2025U-001-04. The applicant is Francis Crowder, A-Type, LLC. The current zoning at the property is R1A, which is our urban residential zoning district classification. The applicant is requesting a use permit for a habitable accessory structure in the R1A urban residential zoning district. This is a map shown on the screen, the zoning map showing R1A. The property is surrounded by all urban residential zoning district. The map that you see on the screen is the future land use map designation showing the property as redevelopment neighborhood. the future development patterns for redevelopment neighborhood, accepts accessory structures as permissible uses. Typical zoning in this area is R1, RL, R1A, RT, R2, and R3, which this property is R1A. Staff and Planning Commission did recommend approval with several conditions. Condition number 1, the applicant shall adhere to applicable state codes. Condition number 2, based on Fulton County tax records, the existing structure is approximately 1,751 square feet in area. The proposed habitable accessory structure cannot exceed 50% of the primary structure. The applicant would need to adhere to all provisions of Section 10-2130, habitable accessory structures. And based on the ordinance that was presented, there are additional conditions as well. We'll recommend doing a similar action as the previous case.
All right, we'll call up the applicant at this time. Start the clock, Madam City Clerk, once they start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Frances. I work with A-Type LLC. We were hired to build a habitable accessory structure for Lake Narrow Farley. They're wishing to build a small unit in their backyard for their mother, just to kind of, to keep her close to the family. And I can't remember anything that's on, but that's why we're here.
Thank you. I'm going to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak in favor or against, and you can come back up if you have rebuttal at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the request for a special use permit, 3020 Church Street?
Yes, good evening. My name is Sean Commerce. I reside at 658 Lindbergh Drive. I'm also the project manager for A-Type. I was here building a home in a neighborhood. Ms. Zambelli came by and we talked and we struck up a conversation on how she's getting elderly, and her daughter and I had a conversation. So they asked if we could put something together so they could bring their mother closer to them, so they could watch out for her and take care of her while still giving her her space, and the family had their space. So we designed an ADU based on the codes, based on the Georgia State and East Point Code, in order to facilitate that wish for Ms. Zambelli and her daughter and their family. So I'm asking and requesting that this gets approved so that Ms. Zambelli will be able to be with her family. They can watch out for her. She can watch out for them. They're in close proximity of each other, and that's my wishes, please.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor? Good evening.
Good evening. I am Madiwa Mbele, and that is my daughter and son-in-law's property. And I'm not getting younger. And I currently live where I have stairs, and they, have agreed to build the ADU unit so I can be closer to them and my grandchildren. So I am asking for this to be approved. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of the request for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 3020 Church Street? Anyone else in favor? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to a request for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 3020 Church Street? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor,
Member Shropshire.
I make a motion that Let me find it.
Waive the first reading.
That we waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Sharp.
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance granting special use permit for a habitat accessory structure at 3020 Church Street with the conditions added.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? At the end, it's noted with the conditions added. So, for the record, there are 3 conditions in the ordinance that don't include the 2 that are here. And so, I think Councilmember Shropshire, if you were to amend the motion to adopt the ordinance with the conditions contained in the ordinance, and then condition 4 would be the first one, and condition 5 would be the second one, and read them, we'd be able to do it tonight.
So moved.
No, you'd have to.
Oh, so I amend the ordinance
Amend the
with,
motion.
I amend the motion with the first 3 conditions and the 2 additional conditions that's added, which will bring it to 5 conditions.
Read the 2 additional conditions, because now we're amending
Okay.
the motion
Shall adhere to-
orally, so we have to read the language.
Okay. Shall adhere to all applicable state and city codes based on Fulton County tax records. The existing structure, approximately 1751 square feet. The proposed habitable accessory structure cannot exceed 50% of the primary structure. Applicant would need to adhere to all provisions, section 10-2130, habitable accessory structure.
Does the second still stand, Councilmember Martin Roger? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. You will be able to live by your grandkids. Welcome to East Point. Next up, do we have any public comments?
We have 4 public comments.
Thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves at their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Stephanie Carpenter. She's Stephanie Carpenter, but Shropshire just let me know that she's not in here.
Stephanie Carpenter was the first one?
Yeah, she was the first
Okay.
one. All right. Then we have Ronald Tolbert. Yeah, come on. You can come speak.
So just a moment, Mr. Tolbert. If you can, Bishop, if you might be able to help him, if you could press the button on the mic. Do we have any other speakers? I was just informed that Mr. Tolbert is a South Fulton resident. The other 2 speakers, are they East Point residents?
I'm sorry. I said 4, but I have 5. So 2 others are Mr. Berry and Ms. Stiles are East Point residents. And then we have, so that would be 2 South Fulton residents, because Councilmember Helen Willis is South Fulton as well.
So, Mr. Tolbert, I apologize. If you could just give me 1 second, I'm going to call up the other 2 East Point residents, and then I'll call you back up. Who's the first East Point resident?
Tracy Stiles.
Tracy Styles,
Yes.
come forward.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good
And the
evening.
council members. And I do apologize in advance for, I left my glasses at church, so please forgive me. I'm not squinting or being rude. I do apologize. But I just came here because I want to petition the council to vote for the Wednesday wind down and to continue to look at that program, or I call it an initiative, for the people, because the people are going through, and we already know they're really going through. As we just heard from the men of the association, that the seniors are even being pressed and squeezed. So if you know they're being squeezed and pressed, can you imagine the others, the young adults, the people in their 30s and so on and so forth? People can't afford rent. They can't afford food, so they're having to choose from one to another. So if you have something out here that can give them some relief, and you have the power to do so just by a vote, why not give it to them? Because it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. Not only that, it's only, 2% of the hotel fund? So it's not coming from general fund, it's not coming from anywhere else. So it's not hurting no one and nothing. And I feel like if you don't want to vote for it, then come up with your own initiative, or you come together and collaborate with a program that you feel would offset or even help benefit the community. Okay? It's not just the 4 communities over to the left that feels like that it's not a good thing to do because you feel like we don't want any undesirables. You can have undesirable in the down south program, whatever you had going on, and you can have it at Winston Wind Down, or you can have that single demise. It doesn't matter what initiative you have going on. People are going to come out, and people are people. You can't stop people from being people, but what we can do, we can try to give the people our outlet. Because I can walk up and down my street and I do apologize. My name is Tracy Styles, and I live at 2641 Plantation Drive. And I walk up and down my street. I have white people, black people, Mexican people, all kind of nationality. And we say hi, we wave, and we talk. And I don't even know them. And we come out and talk to each other. So we don't have no issue of schism, and we don't have no race issues, right? So what I say is that why we just can't vote for this and we all get along to do something together. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. If you don't like Winston Wind Down, well, don't come, because I don't like the LBGT, whatever that, that party is. I don't participate and I don't go, but I'm not judging it. You understand what I'm saying? But I feel like that we should be able to have a right to choose and do what we want to do and celebrate. It's not about this particular community, it's not about that community, but we are a community all together. We are one community. As you can see what's going on in the United States right now, we don't have space, we don't have time for try to have your little box and your four no more. It's not that it's no more. We need to all look at it as one unit, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Ralph Berry.
Ralph Berry. I live at 2502 Jefferson Terrace in Ward B. I couldn't attend the June 2nd budget hearing, so before council takes action on the budget or any action on the budget tonight, I wanted to express some concern. Partly I'm concerned that the budget's increase this year is so large, nearly 20% over 1 year. I realize that $33 million, the money for the multi-generational rec center, represents new debt, not new revenue and new expenditures. But taking on debt right now seems to me risky. We've all witnessed our president's erratic behavior, and we've seen its effect on equities markets, job growth, consumer confidence, and international trade. If economists' worst predictions come true, borrowing money is going to become expensive. My concern is not that we can't repay the debt. It's that if the economy weakens, carrying the debt could limit the other things we badly need to do. The multi-generational rec center is the kind of ambitious project of which everyone in East Point can be proud. In that way, it's like the East Point Path project, the 24 miles of interconnected bicycle and pedestrian trails linking all of East Point's parks and neighborhoods. or the city auditorium renovation, with its potential to turn a downtown eyesore into an event space and arts venue. These are all projects of which everyone in East Point can be proud, but they have to be completed. The 2023 and 2024 budgets included $7 million for the auditorium renovation, and as far as I can tell, no work has ever been begun. This year's budget simply leaves it out. The East Point path was unanimously approved in 2016, but only 1.5 miles have been completed. I'm pleased that this year's budget includes $430,000 for another 2 miles of the path. But at the rate of 3.5 miles every 9 years, it will take 62 years to complete. The rec center, the path, the auditorium are all projects of which we can all be proud. But we can't wait a lifetime. We need to see progress, and we need it to happen even when grants fall through, contractors prove unreliable, and costs rise. For unless we can count on our city to stick with the projects it undertakes, then it doesn't matter whether we increase the budget by 20%, by 50%, or by 100%. The multi-generational rec center won't be completed. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Ronald Tolbert.
It is? Okay. My name is Dr. Ronald Tolbert. I live at 4525 Ridge Road, City of South Fulton, 30349. I am the owner and operator of Red Oak Animal Hospital in that same city. I'm here to petition the council and the Honorable Mayor Ingham and City Councilman to join with City of South Fulton in paving that very road. It is a forgotten road. I've lived there for almost 40 years, and I've been through several different administrations pleading and, trying to petition them to pave that road. I am here only by the grace of God. I've almost lost my life 3 times on that very road. I don't know if you can remember back in December 25th, 2019, when Clayton County chased this guy down into our community. He was running from police. He decided he wanted to turn around and run over a police officer, and they shot him dead in front of my house. He almost T-boned me coming down the street, and I barely escaped injury and almost my life. This happened one other time in 2018. We've experienced people running prostitution on this road. I've had stolen cars left there. We've been trapped down there at least 7 times by people dumping stuff in the middle of the road. It's a dirt road, so they don't think it's a real street. And they'll come there and dump trash everywhere and where you can't get by. And since it's a dead-end street, I cannot escape. I cannot go to work. My child cannot go to school. And this has happened more than once. I have personally taken it upon myself to get the cleaning up trash there. When trees fall, I've cut them up. But I'm 70 years old right now. I can't do that anymore. We do not have a street light. I've had one person point a gun at me when I asked him to at least let me get by. That didn't happen. So with the combining with the City of South Fulton, we hope that you will take the time to look at this and join forces with the City of South Fulton so that we can get this road paved once and for all. I've been looking at this for almost 40 years, and I'm hoping and praying that you will consider this seriously. If I could get down on my knees and beg you, I would, but I'm sorry, I don't think I can get back up. My son also is here, and if he could just say one word, I'd appreciate it. Moses, come here. What you want to do about the road?
Fix the road.
Say please.
Please, fix the road.
Okay. My son has autism, and I've raised both my children by myself all this time. So hopefully you can take a good look at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, we have Councilmember Helen Willis from the City of South Fulton.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you for your service. I know it's hard, and we have been very good neighbors. I'm not new to East Point. My father-in-law is an 80-year resident of East Point, lifetime member on Elizabeth Street. And East Point, although my husband was born in Grady, he got his start in East Point out of Montel Homes. His entire family came out of Montel Homes. So I'm in East Point a lot, visiting my father-in-law and his aunt and uncle that still reside here. I am here because we did not know that this road was in East Point and South Fulton. Part of this road is in East Point, part of this road is in South Fulton. Look, we are dealing with the hand that was dealt to us. When we incorporated in 2017, we inherited a lot of jagged borders. We end up having to work with East Point a lot, other cities a lot. East Point has been good neighbors. The city of South Fulton have approved our bifurcation. We agreed unanimously to enter into an IGA and pay the $33,000. This map is up because just last week a developer came in and asked if we would consider a rezone. See that box, that red box? That's city of South Fulton. Everything around it is East Point, and that's on Commerce. We visited this issue a couple of years ago, and we did change our land use map to complement the East Point business zoning. That red box is zoned for residential, and we can't build homes in that residential zoning. We really can't do anything with that zoning. The developer came last week and asked us if we would consider to rezone. The project that he wants to put there will be worth $15 million. That came from him in writing. The building that's 204 square feet is already built. There is a tenant that's going in there, and I'll leave that up to you all to announce, but he's already informed me who's going there, and I think everybody would be happy, but that's up to you all to announce. The 250,000 square foot building has not been built yet. That's what he desires to build. And so he asked us to rezone it. He does not have to come before you all to rezone it. It's already zoned. He has to come to South Fulton. And it's my district. Then he said, after that is rezoned, if we will consider to enter into a IGA with East Point to allow you all to handle the permitting. The permitting is $40,000. My point is, we will get very little benefit from rezoning this project. And so I would ask that you please consider honoring the bifurcation. We are paying our part. I have no desire to hurt East Point, hold East Point back in any way. We're going to have several of these issues that will arise. And I just hope that we continue to be good neighbors to one another and support each other. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, and we didn't ask to be a part of this. Thank you.
And we appreciate you coming tonight. I gave you a few seconds over because in the future, if you come back, we should make it a presentation and not necessarily public comments, because you're talking about two different projects that intersect with the city of East Point. And so I was not aware that you were coming tonight, but just let us know and we can make it a presentation.
Okay.
So it wouldn't have the 3-minute time limit.
Okay. I communicated with Councilmember Brown.
No, I mean, I didn't mean it in that way. I'm glad to see you.
Okay.
I'm just saying I have to cut you off. Like, I can't allow you to keep talking because it's public comments, but there's a way moving forward.
I appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you to everyone who spoke this evening during public comments. We will now move to our consent agenda items. Can I get a motion to approve consent agenda items
Madam
7
Mayor.
through 24?
Madam
Councilmember
Mayor.
Shropshire.
I make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 7 through 24.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have some agenda items from Water and Sewer. The first item, can we get a motion to either open the floor for discussion of possible action or for approval and do discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we open the floor for discussion and possible action on
Item 25.
item 25.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I need 5. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? It wasn't 5. I can count. It was this side. All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Mr. Jones, I'll turn it over to you and staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask Director Echeverria to come up and walk us through this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Item number 25 is council discussion and possible action of final optional year term issued to Brown and Caldwell from RFQ number 2021-1769 for the sewer main replacement design, inspection, and project management services not to exceed $315,000. This RFQ went out to replace sewer mains in degraded segments on Sylvan Road, Plant Street, Dauphine Street, and Dunlap Avenue and Pearl Street. This project was funded by the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, loan number CW 2021-003, an amount of $2 million in the year of 2021. So my request today is just to extend the optional year term so we can close out this project. The bid for construction has already been completed, and I will be presenting the construction bid to you at the July workshop. So this is just to make sure that the same firm that has designed will complete to manage the project. And also it's good to note that this engineer firm is the engineer of record on the loan documents with Georgia Environmental Finance Authority.
Thank you. Any questions or further action on this item? Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question. So this, hold on. So this group, they will see the project from beginning to finish, correct?
Yes. So the original bid went out, let me give you the document, in 2022. Okay. And this 315,000 is the remaining balance of that award. So the original bid was for $600,000, and $315,000 is the remaining balance. So this company designed the project, they surveyed the project, but they also will be inspecting the project per GFA recommendations and their requirements. So just to complete the project, so we can get council to adopt the bid in July. I think 3 to 6 months we'll be able to complete the rehabilitation of the sewer line on these critical streets.
Okay. Thank you. That was the next question, the potential start and finish date. So you said, okay, about 3.
Yes, July is when I present the construction contract for mayor and council to approve. And then we're looking at a 30 to 60 day window to begin construction, because again, we'll have to close down some streets and do some other environmental permits before the project can start. But this project will be completed by this year.
By this year, okay. Thank you. I yield.
Any further questions or any further action on this item?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we approve item number 25.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is item number 26.
Okay.
Motion to open the floor for discussion
sorry.
and possible action. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? That was 2. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Ms. Echeverria.
Okay, I apologize. Item number 26, council discussion and possible action of the final year optional term issued to Low Engineers, LLC from RFQ number 2021-1769 for Ben Hill Dam repair, design, inspection, and project management services in compliance with Georgia's Safe Dams program not to exceed $290,000. The Ben Hill project was funded by Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, loan number GF 2021-1001, an amount of $1.4 million and issued to the city in 2021. This again, Low Engineers is the engineer of record on the loan documents, and this just allows them to complete the project. We are scheduled to turn in our design for the Ben Hill Dam Rehabilitation Project in July of 2025 for approval for Georgia EPD.
Any questions or action on this item? Councilmember Butler.
I make the motion that we approve.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve item number 26. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 27. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we have discussion and possible action on utilizing AutoCo from the Call Services RFQ 2024-1857 for the installation of a sewer line, wash bay, and sand trap and scepter for the Fleet Maintenance and Water and Sewer Department for environmental compliance not to exceed $318,954. Water and Sewer will share the cost of providing $35,000 for sewer line installation and $283,954 paid by Fleet.
Is there a second? Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Ms. Echeverria, and I see you have a colleague from Fleet with you.
Yes, Alfonso Lizzie, Fleet Services Manager. And so this is a project that has been about 10 years in the making. It is definitely tied to water and sewer, and because we're kind of the environmental specialists for the city. In terms of this, you can't mix grit, waste, and causative substances like soap into the stormwater system. So that means that we currently are not in compliance. So that means we can't wash any of our vehicles down. They have to be outsourced to neighboring car washes throughout the city of East Point. This gives us the opportunity to get it in there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to run a sewer line. We're going to build a pre-treatment of sort so that the waste from the vehicles is treated before it discharges into our sanitary sewer system versus being in the stormwater system, which is a violation of the NPDES permit and also the Clean Water Act. So this is a compliance measure, 10 years in the making, and we're ready to push forward with it.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Item number 27.
Moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Next up is need a motion for discussion and possible action on item number 28. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Jones, this is a planning and zoning rezoning request that we've already had a public hearing on, and it was deferred, and so I see staff approaching to give us an update.
Yes, Director Smith will walk us through this item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager Jones. In reference to item number 28 on the agenda this evening, property located at 3380 Bachelor Street. This item came before you at the meeting last month. This item was deferred to tonight's meeting to give the applicant the opportunity to go before the Egan Park Community Association on June 5th. Staff was able to attend this meeting as well, and at this meeting the applicants prepared and proposed a new proposal which reduced the request from wanting to build 4 townhomes on this property to 2 townhomes on this property. And with that proposal, it would eliminate the need for the variance, the concurrent variance that was requested. While staff and the Planning Commission, we still have our recommendation of denial. If it is the will of council, we have prepared an ordinance of approval, and I'll read a portion of it for your consideration if you like. But what I would like to do is give the applicant the opportunity to come up and provide an overview of the proposal that they provided for the Egan Park community.
For it at this time.
Would you be able to? Sorry. I think it's down on the bottom corner here. This one. There we go. All right, my name is Timothy Helms, and we are here to talk about 3380 Bachelor Street. I'll be very brief because this is our third time in front of you. We did enjoy the opportunity to speak to the Egan Park neighborhood. It was a really engaging conversation. And so upon, even before getting to that meeting, we reached out to the president of the neighborhood, and we were able to discuss some thoughts that he had specifically gathered from the neighborhood so we could adjust the design prior to going to the neighborhood meeting, and we presented it. So this is that presentation that we present to them. This is the original site plan or survey. I won't go through this. There's a single-family home and a ADU on the property now. This is the newly proposed site plan. 2 single-family home units divide the property down the middle. Again, this is just a rezone, no variance this time. Previously, we were asking for a variance for a reduction in the lot size. The lot is actually big enough to put these 2 individual homes on. We just need to rezone it to RT to get the 2 homes, to be able to build 2 homes on the lot. You can see on that side plan we were bringing in a lot of the greenery from the Egan Park. We're also proposing the sidewalks to make it more pedestrian friendly. You can also see the way we've pushed the houses apart allow us to get a driveway. So each of these individual homes would have a 2-car garage as well as a parking pad for 2 cars. So a total of 4 cars for each of the structures. These are the layouts showing you the proposed garages. We can go to the next one. These are the elevations. So the bottom elevation is along Walker Ave. You'll see those garages on that elevation. We've actually taken the back home and fronted Walker with the back home. So the second home would be a Walker Ave address, and the front home on the top elevation would actually be a Bachelor address. We walked the neighborhood to get the inspiration for the homes that we designed. Of course, they need more detailing, as these are schematic level, but these are the homes that we mimicked. We took those elements that you see circled and we specifically put them in the homes to make them relate to the neighborhood. These are all the properties surrounding it. So again, just reminding you, those 6-story hotels are flanking our property. And so that is second row, first column, and third row, second column. And then this is, again, that diagram now proposing what we wanted to show you is the 6-story hotel on the right-hand side, the 1.5-story house on the left-hand side, the existing home in red, but also that home that is north of our property. That's the dashed outline that you're seeing. So we're just slightly over, about a foot higher than they are. So creating, kind of bridging that gap as we talked last time about the missing middle home. And these are some elevations to give you a little bit of perspective about the 6-story, the home on the north-hand side, and then even farther down the 1.5-story home beyond that. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the update and presentation. Any discussion or action? I don't see anyone's light on. Any further discussion or action? Councilmember Freeland.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading.
Said a motion to waive the first reading?
Yeah.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Freeland.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 28.
We have to read either the agenda item or the top of the motion. They printed it out for us.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance to amend the official zoning map of the City of East Point by rezoning property located at 3380 Bachelor Street from R1A Urban Residential District to RT Residential Townhouse District with concurrent variance. Do you need the application number?
No, that's fine right there. And it's been seconded by Councilman Cummings. The question I have, Attorney Hartley, any discussion?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Freeland, you in for discussion?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Atkins, Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Rogers.
Okay. Just a point of clarification. I know that the caption reads with concurrent variance, Mr. Attorney, but now that this particular project is no longer 4 units but 2, as the applicant and I believe the director stated, a variance is no longer needed, but that is the motion. So should we amend the motion to remove the concurrent variance portion?
And before you answer that, Attorney Hartley, if you go to Section 2 of the ordinance on page 2, it indicates that the variance is denied. I heard from staff that it was withdrawn. So as it relates to what Councilmember Atkins just indicated, should it say without concurrent variance? And should Section 2 indicate that the variance request was withdrawn?
I'm not, excuse me, Mayor, I'm not aware that the concurrent variance had been withdrawn, but I think because the language that is in Section 2 denies the concurrent variance, I think the ordinance is appropriate as written.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Atkins?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
I have a question. Because they changed it, did they notify the neighborhood and were they okay with the changes? Through the CC?
The applicant attended the community neighborhood meeting on June the 5th.
Okay. And at that time, they updated them that
That's
they were making
correct.
changes. And
Yes.
the neighborhood was okay with it?
They had a hearty discussion about it, and so yes, I would say yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to go on record and state that, this is a good project. It really is. However, back in July 2024, townhomes were stacked in Ward D. And I'm sure that the residents for that community, they would have liked to meet with the developer, make changes to get the developer on board with what they would have desired to see in their community. But I just wanted to go on record that back in July 2024, same type of development came to Ward D where townhomes were going to be stacked. I'm sure that those residents would have appreciated the opportunity for a conversation. Thank you.
Any further discussion? There's a motion to adopt the ordinance. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Let's open the floor for discussion and possible action on the FY26 proposed budget. There a motion?
Motion to open the floor.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I actually had two questions. One for City Manager and one for possibly you, Madam Mayor, or the City Manager. In the budget, the communication department is sort of broken out as a department. And I know that we've gone back and forth on whether or not that is in fact accurate. Have we settled that question? Ms. Jessie may be able to.
Yeah, I was just going to say I've seen it referenced both ways, so I'm going to yield to our HR director, also interim deputy manager, to answer that.
Madam Mayor and members of council, under a previous city manager, there was some discussion about establishing a department of communications. However, I don't think the city manager at that time ever brought that forward, and I do not believe that it was listed in the budget that year as a department. It has been an office of communications, sort of a division under the city manager's office.
So would we just consider the way the budget is laid out, that's just sort of the way it's formatted as kind of a standalone department?
Unless there has been discussion with City Manager Jones about establishing a department, it would continue to be a division in the city manager's office unless they've decided otherwise.
Thank you. And then my second question, during the, I think it was the second budget hearing, a resident who is here with us again tonight spoke very passionately about the desire for a sort of a quote-unquote rainy day fund potentially to be looked into with, you know, surplus. And Madam Mayor, I think you had, in some comments, you said that that would probably need to be looked at by the city attorney, you know, to see if that sort of dealt with gratuities or anything along those lines. Do we have any sort of legal opinion on that yet?
So I'm not sure if that's something that Attorney Wiggins briefed Attorney Hartley on for the meeting tonight, so I'll ask him on that. The question was around the gratuities clause, and that prohibits cities from providing gratuities, but looking into whether or not that violates the gratuity clause, or is there a way that we can make that happen. We have provided funding from ARPA funding, from CARES Act funding, from basically federal funds that have come in, or grant funds that have come for a specific reason, so have come to the city from those agencies for the type of relief that was provided, be it utilities assistance, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and I think, I'm trying to think of other assistance, but it's come through grants, right? Emergency Solutions Grant was our first one. And so the question is, and we know there are a lot of things being cut at the federal level, and so the desire to continue to be able to help our residents in different ways still exists. LIHEAP, low income housing, energy assistance program is also funded by the state, probably through federal dollars that they receive, right? So there are a lot of things that we've been doing because they have been provided through federal funding. The question is now allocating general funds to meet those needs. And the initial, I think, concern that Attorney Wiggins had was the gratuities clause. I'm not sure she's looked at it, and if there is a way to, even with that, like, is there an exception? Is there a way for us to make that happen?
In preparing for the meeting tonight, this is not an issue that Attorney Wiggins discussed with me, and so I don't know enough of the specifics of the programs and the desires of council to be able to answer that question, unfortunately, and was not aware of the issue in advance because it's not something Attorney Wiggins and I discussed.
Understood. Thank you. That was all.
Further discussion? I don't see any other lights on right now. About communications, I was flipping through the tabs on my previous budget, and I feel like there was a separate, it was presented as like a separate department and not within, maybe I didn't tab it, the city manager's office. The charter does give mayor and council the ability to determine the function and duties of all positions within the city as well as departments. So I know I saw it. My question to the city manager is based upon the way it was presented, and let me go to the new budget. We were told that this budget had an appendix that said to us the page numbers, but communications is on page 9, and I haven't had a chance to tab the one that was done on June 10th. Are you attempting to create it as a separate department by virtue of the presentation in this budget as such, or what is your intent?
My intention is to leave it status quo. Such a change would probably need to be considered as a organization.
I can't hear you.
Such a change would need to be part of an organizational review, which I have not had the opportunity to do. So, however, the city has historically viewed that activity, that service, is my intention to keep at this particular time.
Budget. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, to that point, so does a department have to have a department head? I can't remember the word you used earlier to describe the communications department, or what it was.
Well, currently, there's an interim. I'm not sure if it's considered director or coordinator or manager in communications.
Councilmember Mitchell, we could, you could call someone who is a head of a division director or division manager, and I think is in that regard that we've referred to the communications office.
As a division?
Well, it's under the city manager's office.
Okay.
If it's not a department that stands alone by itself, it would be a division under the city manager's office.
Okay. How about something like the Office of Equity and Inclusion? What would that be under? Is that still under the city manager's office?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jones, you weren't here at the last meeting. We talked about this $37 million increase to the budget based upon $33 million of debt that doesn't have a revenue source for the rec center. In order to issue bonds, it would either have to be a government obligation bond, which requires a referendum, or it would have to be a revenue bond, which requires a full feasibility study and information about whatever the projected use is to be able to determine that there will be enough revenue generated or enough revenue is projected to be generated to fund the debt service. This has not been placed on the ballot for a referendum, so the people have not approved or given us authority to issue a $33 million bond. So if that's the path, we wouldn't be able to include that because we don't have an approved revenue source. And for a revenue bond, we don't have the information projecting that the revenue from the rec center would be enough to service debt on a $33 million bond. So at this point, we don't have the revenue side to match with the debt side or the expense side in the budget. Yet there's still $33 million of ghost funds budgeted. I call them ghost funds because when at the last meeting, I asked staff, the finance staff, whether or not budgeting in such a way, inflating the budget by $33 million without an approved revenue source for it, at this time, I mean, there's a desire to get there, but at this time we don't have it, was approved by the generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, or local government finance, and they indicated no. So I'm not sure if they've had an opportunity to share that with you or have that discussion with you. Doesn't seem like there's going to be action taken tonight on the budget, but as we are moving forward and trying to get to a place of approval, I think that is something that definitely should be addressed so that, one, we can make sure we're in line with generally accepted accounting principles and local government accounting principles and practices and standards, and two, that we are making sure that we have a budget that is, following the standards, fiscally responsible. And, I mean, there is a unanimous desire to build a rec center. That's not the issue. The issue is the funding, and it's my understanding our financial advisor is supposed to be coming back to hopefully a meeting in July or August, because when they were last here, they advised us that we should be thinking about the city-owned projects as a group and not in isolation. And so the $7 million that's in the budget for the auditorium has a revenue source because it came from hotel motel funds. So those funds are not ghosts, they're real. And those are funds that have been allocated, but nothing has happened as of yet. There's been discussion about whether or not we would need to issue bonds to complete that project or whether or not that would be enough. We talked about the auditorium, the recreation center. I feel like there was one other city project, and then the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau did a presentation and indicated to us that we need conference space. When the financial advisor was here, they indicated, and he was just guessing, but in order for us to maintain our AA bond status, his guesstimate was that our total bonding should not be over $70 million. We paid off the Camp Creek corridors tab, and so I think we probably are starting, like, we might have a $70 million range, but he also was guessing, and he said that he would come back to us, and we would need to think about these capital projects not in isolation, but in collaboration of deciding what it is, which projects we want to do. And it doesn't mean that some can't start simultaneously or things of that nature, but having a global picture of what are the projects that the city wants to do, capital projects that might require bond financing, what are the projected costs of those. How do we, I mean, he also said that some cities say, well, if something is important enough, then, you know, maybe you go above the 70 because you don't, he wasn't recommending not doing something that needed to be done, but just understanding that it could potentially impact our AA bond rating. And so I'm not sure if they're coming to our July 14th work session, but I think it's probably, it would be good for them to come back sooner rather than later. So as we are talking about this, again, if it is going to be a government obligation bond and we have to do a referendum, the November election is quickly approaching, and the ability to be able to get something on that ballot for a referendum, there'll probably be a number of things that need to be done in order for that to happen. If we're not going that route, we need to make sure that there's this level of feasibility study and projection pro forma around this project so we can know what the potential revenue might be to make a determination if we're going to do revenue bonds. I mean, if we don't do November, there's also the general election in May of 26. I mean, there are options, but we need to get beyond saying we're going to issue bonds to deciding which types of bonds we're going to issue and which capital projects we will do as a collaborative, or thinking of all of the projects together, so that then our financial team can take the steps necessary to take the appropriate actions to make sure that we get the funding for the projects to be done. And so not really expecting an answer tonight. I don't see anyone else in. I'm just bringing you up to speed regarding the discussion at the last meeting. Also bringing up the financial advisor who said he'd come back, and hopefully they can come back at the July 14th work session so we can make some decisions about all of these capital projects, the rec center, the auditorium, and the path. I mean, we have T-SPLOST funding, and we really should probably be talking about that too, because we were approved for as a part of a regional grant with the Atlanta Regional Commission for it was about $65 million grant, of which we were estimated to get $35 million to connect our East Point path from over at the headwaters of the Flint down in the College Park area down to the Beltline in Atlanta. And those funds have been impacted by the federal government's freeze decisions around equitable projects and things of that nature. So we do need to have the conversation. I've spoken with CEO Anna Roach with Atlanta Regional Commission. We're all still committed to the project, but trying to figure out how we can still fund it, prioritize it, maybe through other funding sources as needed. So I just wanted to share that. Look forward to our July 7th discussion, include the budget discussion of possible action on the fiscal year 2026 budget for the July 7th meeting. But I'm hopeful that our financial advisor and team could be ready to come back to us July 14th, because that also might impact some budget decisions or final budget decisions.
So, Mayor, I do have
Mr. Jones?
Yes, thank you. I do have a response. So I did get an opportunity to view the last meeting, and many of your points, well stated, does kind of remind me of an anecdote that folks probably attribute to President Truman when he had asked one of his accounting economists, what if I did something a certain kind of way? And the economist said, well, Mr. President, it certainly would result in these actions and these events for the economy. And but on the other hand, if you did the same set of activities, it would result in opposite counteractions for the economy. And famously, the president responded, well, what I really need is a one-handed accountant, one-handed economist, being that you can look at it two different ways. And certainly our budget, you can say, well, if the project's not funded for, you can remove that budget, or you can look at the budget as what it really should be is a planning instrument for your finances. So certainly it involves accounting principles and aspects, but the budget for municipal government, especially one of our size, is really a planning document to show our intention and purpose on what we view moving forward and how we're going to be making our investments and looking at our expenditures and how we spend and use and provide services. So with that being said, we still continued to move forward with the dollars for that project being forecast in this budget. There are some other implications that also needed to be considered. The project in its location being proposed is related to land that is on a limited timeline, and I've been a part of projects in the past that if you don't recognize those timelines with any type of significant actions, then it's very hard to get, extensions or even be considered not to have made substantial action and lose that land. The budget document is one of those communication devices that's been widely accepted as a significant effort towards a particular goal. So just the practice of saying, well, we won't consider it now and we'll consider it at some future date in the form of a budget amendment of some sort like that doesn't convey the intentionality of the organization moving forward to observe various timelines. So that was another reason why it was thought that, yes, we want to go ahead and keep this planning document on there. As the council also knows, we just got finished making an investment of $2 million for design efforts in that area. That action itself provides that narrative that there is significant actions happening. That in addition with our budget, I think even if we needed to have an extension, gives a clear indication that these actions are intentional and significant moving towards project completion or project start within a time frame that is part of the agreement that the city has. So by the way, also, you talked about you talked about a couple finance options. There are others, and GO bonds are also ability to enter into an intergovernmental GO bond, which would not require a referendum. There's also public-private partnerships, leaseback options, and other options that our financial advisor would go through those. I just wanted to say, while yes, the two that you identified are true options, but there are several others. And a project of this nature has a multitude of touch points. The budget is just one of those touch points. Getting design is another touch point. Getting financing, weighing those various options is another touch point. There'll be even further touch points where they would come back for council, come back for community and feedback. This is just really the beginning of that process. But I think the thing that really guided my direction was to say, we need to protect our investments that we've made up to this point. We need to protect our agreement that we have for the land for the site, and we need to plan practically. If we know before, we've been using $15 million as a placeholder in several of our past budgets. This is not a new approach that the city has taken. My influence has just said, let's make that number realistic. There's no sense, we've not seen anything that costs $15 million for that particular project. So to continue to go along with the $15 million number when we know that we got designs coming to us at $33 million didn't seem to be practical or transparent. So that's the reason why we've taken this approach. But it's not the only approach. If, like the example with President Truman, sure, you can have a whole nother approach by not putting any of those numbers in there and look to some future budget amendment. But I think there's some costs to that approach that guided my recommendation to move forward in this manner. I think the other thing that the council should know is certainly July. We've been talking to the financial advisor. July is when the financial advisor has some time opportunities to make that happen. I don't know if it was the first week in July or the second week in July, but we certainly have had those conversations and do plan to make that a part of the upcoming council cycles. But we also are aware that if we don't have an approved budget at this time, that it will roll us into a whole nother set of requirements. I think you alluded to some of them being utilized in last year's budget amounts. Oddly enough, if you look at the operations aspect of that, our proposed budget is actually $2 million shorter than that, so we're not really concerned with meeting the service levels. But it does create another situation that will put us behind in getting our audits done, which then also could affect our capital projects availability. It also will have an effect on the compensation plan, implementing the compensation plan that the council just approved, because that's supposed to go live July 1st. Pushing it beyond this date is going to logistically make it difficult to make that timeline. So there's some operational things that will be impacted if we can't get the budget passed this evening.
Butler.
Thank you. First of all, this allows me the opportunity to address a good friend of mine, Mr. Berry. I thought that your words were poignant, and I would like to take this time to address some of those concerns and address the false narrative of a ghost budget. There's no such thing as a ghost budget or ghost numbers. We have had $15 million in our budget several times over the years. In fact, when we had our first community meeting around this much-needed recreational center and natatorium, the budget was $15 million, based on numbers. Now we're looking at $33 million because we failed to act when we should have acted. So we had the opportunity to construct this natatorium recreational center for half the price. The people of East Point are tired of us talking. They want us to do something. So let's talk about what we have done in order to really push us forward. Just to summarize, the plan has always been to use the restricted funds of our hotel motel tax to service as debt service for the debt for the recreational center. That has always been the plan. There has never been a discussion by staff of having a referendum for another type of bond. That conversation has never happened. We as council people and mayor, we rely on the expertise of the staff. So Fred Gardner, who's been our longest sitting city manager, came up with this plan and first started the ball rolling. And just to bring us back into focus, we looked at several pieces of property in Ward D in order to have this recreational center. So there was some feasibility done in studying where we should put this. And the conclusion was we would put it near the soccer park where the land was donated, thus reducing some of our costs. But let's talk about what Howard Brown did as city manager. Howard was the person that said we needed financial advisors to clearly give us an understanding of what that debt service would look like and could we afford it. So we spent money on not only debt's financial advisor, but we also, and I'm proud to say that this council did this, in issuing the bonds with J.P. Morgan, this council, all of us agreed that we will also have minority participation in the issuance of that bonding with J.P. Morgan. That's an additional step. We have also spent $2 million, or in the process of spending $2 million in order to get plans for this. So I ask, what is the delay? That $2 million is not ghost. That $2 million is money that's spent. So let me summarize. We have had several city managers to work on this project. We have a plan, and we have someone that is an expert outside of our staff to determine how physically responsible with our budget and our income can we reasonably service the debt. Now, I can't speak for the other council people, but I'll speak for me and the people of Ward D. The reason why we don't have a pool is a tragedy. And the people of East Point understand that we don't live in that time. Because of desegregation, the leaders at that time closed 2 pools, the colored pool and the white pool. So yes, I want us to build the auditorium. Yes, I want us to renovate our old city hall. But for me, the priority must be to correct the historic imbalance and make sure the people of Ward D have an amenity. There are no amenities on that side. And we can bring our people back together with a pool where we can teach kids how to swim, and that's a skill that they will learn and take with them forever. So it's no ghost funds. We know how we're going to pay it, and we have an expert that's going to tell us if the money is there or not. And if it's not there, then we may have to push it back. We may have to scale it down. But we're making the right steps to make it happen, and we do not need to further delay this. And by putting this in this budget now, I know it has increased the budget tremendously. That's not this city manager's fault. But it does serve as a placeholder to let our partners know that we want to continue to move down this road and to get the extension that we may need if we have not done our construction.
Mr. Jones, you said the financial advisor is coming July 14th, because I also heard buns. So in the previous presentation, when asked about how this rec center would be funded, they indicated buns. The previous discussions about using hotel motel tax, those revenue funds exist. So the bonds didn't come out of thin air. When will the financial advisor be here? You said they were planning to come. The only reason why I'm asking is that suggested to me like you might have a date.
The work session, I just wanted to confirm.
July 14th, the second
Yes.
Monday.
Yes.
Okay. Again, on our July 7th agenda. Next, we have Councilmember comments? The motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on budget accountability. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. Madam City Clerk, she'll pull up the spreadsheet. So, good evening, Mayor, Council, all of our guests here. So what I wanted to do was to come up with a simple spreadsheet that basically, go back to the total page. There we go, right there. So what it is, it's a basic spreadsheet, because a lot of times we'll have our residents, our stakeholders, they want to know what the council spending is on. What are we spending the money for the individual council members, what that money is being spent on. So what I did was I just came up with a basic spreadsheet. One spreadsheet, the first page basically lists what, and first of all, let me let everybody know, these are fictitious numbers. These aren't true numbers here, just so everybody knows. These are fictitious numbers that I just threw out here. But what it is on the first page, it just lists what each ward member, ward specific and ward at large, what their budget is for their particular, whatever it is, their projects that they're doing. And then there are tabs. There are 9 tabs after that. That's for each ward specific and at large member and the mayor as well. So if you'll go down to Ward C at large, pretty much what it looks like. I just decided to do mine for some of the projects that I have. So on the first page, it had Ward C at large budget at $14,000. So whatever the events that we're having, like mine, I do a senior stroll in a 3-on-3 basketball tournament. The budget amount that I had in there would be $7,000. And the only thing is, as we pass invoices or purchases are made on our credit cards or whatever, that information is passed over to the city clerk, because she's the one normally that we turn over our paperwork, that I turn my paperwork into. So she knows everything. Once I've discussed the budget with her, what I think my proposed budget amount should be, and then I just give her a summary of all the money that was spent. So you'll see here, these are some of the things, and the dollar amount is just deleted out. So, I mean, it's reduced for whatever the items are that we're spending on. So for here, you have $500 for a DJ, retractable signs, T-shirts. So as those amounts go in, it reduces my budget. The item that's in red, that lets you know when you're at 25% of that budget amount. So once you spent 75% of your budget and you hit $1,750, my remaining balance, the only thing we'll do is we will just notify, make sure that the city clerk sends something out to that particular council member, the finance director, as well as the city manager, just to let you know, hey, this is where you are with regards to the proposed budget that you have, and just to monitor the spending. And what that does is, because we have so many open requests for wanting to know what it is that we do with this money, I think this is just perfect. I think it's a really good way to show accountability and transparency, so there are no ifs, ands, or buts about whatever it is that we're spending, and the residents are able to see exactly what it is. It also serves as something to, I guess, to help keep the council members on track, just to make sure that we are being good stewards of this money. I think also it encourages, let's see, I wrote down a couple things. It legally keeps us compliant. I mean, because technically this could be considered like a legal document, just this budget spreadsheet. And because we do incur obligations and we pay expenses, it can aid in ensuring that we're compliant, with all the budgetary mandates that are out there. I think it'll also reduce the number of open records requests, like I said before. It keeps the members aware when we're maxing out on our budgets. I think it'll be a better tracking system and accountability for council spending. And it also it could also facilitate public engagement, where it helps to keep inform the public and encourage citizen participation in the budget process for us. And the main thing, I think, is just it's just huge for just being transparent and accountable. Nothing else to it, just another tool, I guess, to add in the toolbox to just make sure that we are good stewards of the money, and just making sure that we're accountable and we're transparent to the public.
So I'll just say procedurally, I remember you presenting something similar to this previously, I believe at a work session, because this seems like a work session item, but it's on the agenda tonight. Are you asking for action tonight?
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. I guess my question is, what is the city clerk doing already, and can they be merged together? Because she does keep account. I know that I set up meetings to keep, hey, this is what I've done, here's the documentation, but what is she doing already that this could be merged with, or has there been any input from the clerk's office? And that's just my question, like.
So we do already keep spreadsheets similar to this. The only thing that's different that Councilmember Cummings is doing is that she would like to be notified with 25% once they have 25% of their budget left. That's about it. But my office does keep a spreadsheet.
So your office already has a spreadsheet for all of council events?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually something we've been doing since I was a deputy. So,
how long have you been in the position?
No, even prior to me being clerk. Yeah, when I was a deputy, we used to do that.
So about how many years is that?
10 years.
Okay. So and maybe I missed that. The 25% notification from who? The clerk, Madam Councilmember Cummings. Who's supposed to provide the notification?
She said I would.
Well, because the information is turned in her, and I think she's the first person that I know that my invoices and things are turned into. I'm assuming since I've been here the 4 years, I've turned it into her. So she would make that notification. And I think another thing that would be good if we, if this was something that was accessible to the public. So I don't know if we put it maybe on the city web page, and it's just a link that they click onto. Because I mean, I know she says that her office is always, they are always bombarded with open records requests for these things. So maybe this would be, I mean, I don't think you get any more transparent than this, and it'll just give the community an opportunity, and they don't have to just keep asking for what is it that, what we're doing with the funds. If it's something, a link that they can click on and they can just see it for themselves. So I guess the ask would be the component to let you know there's a, when you reach a certain dollar amount, for your budget, and I don't know, maybe that's something that has to go to IT, just to see if it's even possible to do something like this. But to have some sort of link, or maybe just a way that, like I say, to engage the public, and so that they'll be able to see it themselves.
When it's 25% left or 25% over, I missed that part.
25% left, so it's $7,000. When I get to 20, I've spent 75% of the budget. It'll take me down to $1,750. So once your remaining balance comes to $1,750, whatever 25% of whatever your budget amount is, just a notification, just to go out, just to let you know, hey, this is where you are, and moving forward. If you go past that, then I guess it'd have to go to council or whatever it is if you do require additional funds.
And this is just for events, or the whole ward, the entire budget?
For the council budget. I mean, because we seem to always be in the spotlight when it comes to this stuff.
Right, but I'm saying there's above the line items, so the salary, the benefits, those things.
Salary and benefits are just salary.
So
they know we're
which,
at 20 and
which
16.
items would this apply to?
Council. Are they considered what council events? What is the one that's at about $1 million that we have? Those are just special, total for everybody, or whatever it is that we have council.
Oh, you're talking about the event?
Yeah, just special.
Okay. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, I have two questions. Councilmember Cummings, would this not only include whatever dollars are agreed upon for events, but also our other budgets as it relates to office supplies, travel and training, and special help, so that we can stay in compliance with those? I mean, a part of the concern that I have with those is that we have a credit card that has a balance, a maximum balance per month. And so if we were to expend up to that amount each month, we will be way over what has been approved in the budget for those three buckets that I just mentioned: office supplies, travel and training, and extra help. So how are we tracking those things to make sure that we're in line with those line items that have been approved by the budget?
Okay.
So I have Councilmember Mitchell and then Please select your mic so that the city can select the mic.
Okay, yeah, we also have those items listed as well. To be honest, like our spreadsheet is similar to this with all the wards on there, but then we also have a separate spreadsheet because it's one total spreadsheet that we have. We also have a separate spreadsheet with all of the events on it as well. But your stuff is all broken out. So say Ward A at large, so it'll have education and travel, other professional fees, and then your council allowance. So it's still the same. It's literally similar to what she has, what we have in our office. It's just something that we've utilized over the years.
So for each of those different buckets I just mentioned, there's already an accounting for those things, and we're staying within whatever the line items are.
Like I said, it's just still, we've been using a similar spreadsheet, like since I've been working here for the past 10 years. So it just keeps, it helps us as a whole, as a staff, and it also, you know, yes, we've been doing it.
Okay.
So, like I said, not just for events, but for your other stuff that you guys do.
So, Councilmember Cummings, I would just like, if we do adopt this version, that it would include those buckets so that we know where we are on those things as well. And then, as the newest member on the council, I have my receipts. I've never turned in receipts because I've been asking about an expense report. So do we have an expense report? Because turning in a receipt is only going to tell you from where the charge is and how much. The statement does that. An expense report tells you the why. And so I think that would be very important to know why the charge, but the statement actually would tell you from where and how much. The same thing that the receipt would, but do we have expense reports that we're able to complete for each monthly statement so that we can provide the supporting documentation and give the explanation?
We don't, but if that's something that is the will of council, then it's something that I could easily make up. So.
Okay, so we don't have that.
We don't have any expense reports now.
Okay. All right. I yield.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. So I walked in on the tail end of who will be responsible, I guess, to oversee this, and I was just reading, I think it's in section 2-2006, and this may even be for the city manager, but at a certain point, isn't the financial director and the city manager obligated to tell us when, I guess, we hit a certain threshold with, I guess, our budget? Or I was trying to look it up really quick.
To answer that question, I guess that would take some further research because I'm not aware of that
okay
regulation.
Okay, that was my only thing. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess, everybody keep an eye on it, but I thought it may have said in the charter that may have been the financial director's job, and I think also the city managers, to inform council at certain at the require certain thresholds.
Pull up 2-2006 on the screen. It deals with fiscal related policies, and I'm reading it quickly and I don't see it, but everyone will be able to read it if you.
Okay. Or also 5-103, I think it's letter C. I had some notes. Hold on. 5-103.
So 2-2006.
If you're saying it's not into. So if it's not there.
2-2006.
Separate.
So I don't know that that's necessarily what you're looking for, because these amounts that are being referenced or what's being recommended would not result in a budget amendment. But that's 2-2006.
Besides that, can you scroll down some? Okay. I'm not seeing it. Mr. City Attorney, are you aware of anything like that, of certain thresholds? When the financial director has to contact, I guess, the council?
The council member, the financial related policies that you mentioned in section 2-2006 mentions a 10% variance on a line item in the budget that on a monthly basis that the finance director should notify council of. Other than that specific provision, I'm not aware of anything else.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings, for bringing this in. I don't see any issues with adding that other component with the clerk notifying when it gets to a 25% down part, and that just keeps people updated on where they are and everything else. So, yeah, that's fine.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would just like to respond to my colleague regarding the expense report. What I usually do is attach a spreadsheet with the description of what that purchase was for.
Anything else, Councilmember Butler? Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Atkins' questions about the credit card charges. So in the spreadsheet that you maintain for all of the council members, are you saying that you go through each monthly credit card statement and you sort of essentially dissect it and add each of those charges to the appropriate project, event, bucket?
We have to, because there's different account numbers. Like, so when we're paying the credit card, so we literally go through the credit cards and put the account numbers by each transaction, because they change. Like, you could have your travel for Savannah on one, but you also could have something for one of your events on the same thing. But it's not taking it out the same pool, or you use something for your other professional fees. So when we process the credit cards prior to putting them in the system, we go down each line item to put down each different account number that goes for whatever transaction was made on the credit card.
And how do you determine from the credit card statement where that charge belongs in your spreadsheet?
9 times out of 10, we already know what the stuff was bought for. Councilmember Ziegler, I'm going to use you as a reference, as she provided me the receipts that they did for their home event that they had. So I already knew what line item that would come from her credit card statement, because you just sent them to me, so you was in here looking right at me, so it's easy for me to use you. So yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, but like I said, like, she had just provided me those. I knew what they were for. We had already spoke about it, but that's how, like, 9 times out of 10, we already know what the receipt goes to. If we don't, we always call and say, hey, what's this?
So in the multiple instances where there are credit card charges and no receipt, and there's just the missing receipt form submitted, so is there sufficient information in those missing receipt forms that you can determine where it belongs, or you're following up on every single one of those?
We will be following up. So, for instance, we got credit card bills after 5 on Friday. I came in on Sunday to start working on them. I also came in at 7 this morning so that I can start working on them because I knew I had an appointment this morning. So, and then the staff finished the rest. But it was an urgency for us to finish them because the credit cards came late and just the majority of everyone is going on training this week. So, as a FYI, all credit card bills have been paid today, just so you know, everybody should be good. But yeah, so when things like that happen, yes, those missing receipts will be filled out for that. But we'll send something out tomorrow. Today's been a little all over the place, but we typically send everybody the ones who specifically ask for their statements anyway, what we need, and then for our missing receipts, we send those out too. Like, hey, can you provide us with these receipts? And then we go from there.
And in the instance where the missing receipt form is submitted, which again happens in a huge percentage of cases, are you, after you clarify with the council member exactly what this was, what it was for, so that you know where to put it, are you noting that on these missing receipt forms?
No, because the missing receipt forms are filled out prior to that.
So
they're filled out prior to, but we do also have our notebooks that we keep that's separated by each individual council member that we add their receipts to. So say you gave me receipts for something that you've purchased in the last couple of days that will show up on your next statement. We already have those receipts.
And you know where it goes in your spreadsheet?
And if I didn't, I would just ask. So.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, I think my questions were along the same lines because I just have all of my receipts in a big envelope, and so I'm not really sure if staff is able to determine which buckets those go in. So I just probably need to make an appointment. And how soon would you be able to create an expense report? I did hear Councilman Butler talk about an Excel spreadsheet, which I think is a great start, but to have something standardized so that everybody is having to turn in the same. I'm not sure what his Excel spreadsheet looks like, so just want to make sure that everybody is capturing the same information so that it's all standardized. How soon would you be able to have one?
We have, like, her spreadsheet is, like, perfectly fine. Like, I could start working on it in the morning to revise it to look similar to what she has, and then I can do the 25% amounts for each person. So probably about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, we already have somewhat of a base anyway. It's just a couple of tweaks that will have to be made. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I think I found it. So it was the second when I quoted. Are you able to pull up section 5-103? And if we can have the city attorney take a look at this. It's entitled Reduction of Appropriations. And if I want to know if this applies to not just, I guess, the council budget, but to, I guess, everything.
5-103, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Section C.
Okay.
I know I walked in on the tail end of that conversation, but I kind of had this question the other day. And I thought it also included the financial director, but I'm just seeing the city manager right now.
Can you tell me you're speaking to the mic?
Basically saying if the money isn't there, they have to, for anything that's been appropriated to, they have to contact us immediately. Okay. Is that how you're reading that?
That is correct. And then on top of that, you have the previous ordinance that we talked about where if there's a 10% variance, that the finance director would notify the council on a monthly basis of anything that is off by more than 10%. And then this layers on top of it that there's going to be a deficit, and the city manager needs to notify council and explain what actions need to be taken to make sure that you don't actually end up with a deficit.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Martin, right?
All right, yes, and my follow-up question is, so it appears as though you well document with your own spreadsheet. We're going to get council member Cummings' spreadsheet. Those can be merged together. I did hear the mention, so would this be a part of an open records request? I heard discussion about that, but when you get those open records requests, what do you provide, or like would your spreadsheet be provided as or in lieu of what has been provided for open records requests?
My spreadsheet has not been requested because no one knew that I had it until now, so. It's just something that we do internally in our office, so it's not anything that I publicly say, hey, I can just give you my spreadsheet. That is not nothing that is external, like it's just an internal process that we've been doing in our office, so. But based off of what was said, it looks like it would turn into that, because y'all stated that, well, someone stated that they wanted it on the website, so. What'd you say?
So this is discussion. It had to be a vote to make those things happen.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure they already had votes for that. But.
Right.
I have a couple questions. So, missing receipt and like the missing receipt form or whatever, like, do you all ever reach out to the vendor or the restaurant to try to get a duplicate receipt? If it's a restaurant, if it's Amazon, like, are there efforts to try to reach out to get them? Because even if one isn't provided, it doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily doesn't exist.
But no, we have not done that at all. And to be honest, I haven't even, that honestly hasn't crossed my mind. And then when we do put in those missing receipt forms, that's just so we can get the bill processed immediately. No. We don't want to hold up the bills specifically when they already come later than they should.
No, I understand that, but the reason I'm asking is certain types of receipts could potentially create certain issues depending on what was purchased, right? So, like, you can't purchase alcohol with a city card.
I
and
see
if a missing receipt was for a restaurant, you don't know what was purchased.
That's true. You're right.
Are there efforts to try to reach out to get a duplicate receipt from the restaurant? Because generally all you would need to do is use the last 4 digits of a card.
And then the amount.
And get that information. Right. So, right, like missing receipts for Amazon. I mean, I shop a lot on Amazon. I can go in and get prior invoices. I can get prior information. Like, you know, if there are a lot of missing receipts, we can't just keep processing certain things that could potentially cause challenges if we don't know what was actually purchased, right? The other thing is that I think the real issue is not necessarily the statement or the receipts or what line it's the description, what it was for. I've heard of some people putting on the receipt, on the back of the receipt, like what was purchased, like what it was for, like if it's an event or whatever. Having a form that requires that information would be helpful for you all to be able to process it. My question is, what are other departments doing? Because we're not the only departments that have these types of line items. So I don't know if that's Mr. Jones or Ms. Jessie, like, or Shannon Golden. How are other departments tracking spending for these types of things or similar things within their department? Mr. Jones?
Yeah, but there was a number of things.
Mr. Golden?
while he comes up, I guess there was a number of things I wanted to respond to. I was just going back over the language of subsection C, and wanted to clarify that notification is based on revenues, so anticipated revenues. This discussion is more on the expenditure side, so I just wanted to make that clarification. The example would be if there was some kind of shortage in hotel motel, that would be a revenue shortage that could affect the budget versus a budget line item going over budget within the budget. That being said, I'll let Mr. Golden talk about our practices on credit card
Thank you,
verifications.
City Manager Jones. Madam Mayor, it's the same practice with most departments. They submit the receipts. It's attached to the statement for the credit card in BSNA. We review that. AP reviews that and make sure the documentation is there.
It's generally itemize what was purchased. How do you know which line item it applies to?
That department admin applies it to the line item that it represents. So if you had travel and expenses, it would be under travel, education and travel. If you had items that were department office supplies, it would be in that line item for office supplies.
And generally what's on the receipt indicates where what it applies to, right?
Correct.
Office Depot, IKEA, Marshalls, whatever, these other things that people purchase places. Like the list of what's purchased is listed on the receipt.
Correct.
Is there anyone in the other departments who does a level of inventorying what was purchased? Like if I say I purchased 12 binders or 12 boxes of binders or whatever, is somebody like checking to make sure that those things have been purchased and brought into the city?
If it's done through office vendor, Office Depot is itemized on the
receipt.
On the receipt.
But I'm saying, does someone check that it was received?
Yes, that department admin would.
Do you know, and maybe you don't know now, you can get the information to us later, like what percentage of total expenses or receipts, what percentage of this group makes up the missing receipts bucket? Like what percentage of the overall accounting for expenditures is missed receipts, like missing receipts item? Like how many of those forms do you all have for the total number of expenditures?
Okay, I'll have to go research that for each month. So for the fiscal year 2025, I can go for each month and figure out how many missing receipts forms that we have for that, and then report back to the council.
Yeah, and I think, Madam City Clerk, it would be helpful from a council perspective, and my assistant will provide from my perspective. I think I had like one or two that were like parking or something like that, but how many missing receipts forms have we received for like the different expenditures by council member and mayor as well? Like that would be helpful.
Do you have
we
a time
can't
frame?
have a whole bunch of missing receipts, then we don't know what's being purchased. But
Y'all have a time frame for me?
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Do y'all have a time frame for me so I can?
I'm not sure what action is going to be taken tonight. One, I would like to see your current existing form spreadsheet that you use. Two, I mean, you could probably even give that to us by email, like once you have it. I don't know how long that would take. I'm not trying to necessarily make it a priority, but it's information that we should know. the assumption is everybody's providing receipts. If you aren't providing a receipt, you don't know what's being purchased. You can't really tell that the items are permissible or not. So it would be good to know. Council member comments, Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think what may be best, because there are a couple of things that we're sort of trying to work on this, that we take this item to a work session and kind of work on it and just flesh out some other things. Because I really, really, really would like to see if we can pivot to Mr. Talbert. I mean, I know he's been here for a while, and I do know that he has. His son hit it, I'm sure. He'd like to try and get home if at all possible. So I know we still got a couple of questions that we're asking about this. So if it would please council, if we can just take it and we'll move it to work session and we can kind of work out a couple more of the kinks on it. Still think it's a good idea. But I think there's some things that we need to just kind of work on there, like you say, possibly merging files, creating an expense report. So if we can do that, I would greatly appreciate it. And since Mr. Talbot's been here so patiently waiting, if we could, maybe move to him.
So the clerk will share with us currently the spreadsheet she uses, and then we'll have this one, and then the expense reports. We still have Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Freely. Turn their lights on again.
Oh, I was done. I'll yield to Councilmember Freely.
Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, thank you. And this is to your point, Madam Mayor. I recently, and this is certainly not a scientific sampling, but I recently did review about 10 months of one cardholder's statements, and less than 12% of the roughly $30,000 had receipts. 88% had missing receipt forms. Just context.
So, yep, that's the other item, number of missing receipts. And, I mean, again, I would like to see what the missing receipts are for. If they're restaurants, there's certain things that could potentially be a challenge. Because if we don't know what you bought at a restaurant, especially a restaurant that serves alcohol, we won't have any assurance of whether or not the card was used for that. I mean, that's just one example. Councilmember Cummings, do you want this on the July work session? July 14th work session. Next is, if we can get a motion open the floor for discussion of possible action.
So move.
Item 31, is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam City Clerk, if you can come back and pull up these ordinances so we can all see them on the screen. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The city attorney, Wiggins, and staffed it with Attorney Hartley, has drafted some amendments that are in rule order on our agenda. I think 31 and 32 are somewhat connected, and you'll see when she pulls it up. Okay. Well, while we're waiting to maximize our time, if we look at the ordinance provided for Rule 6, you can keep trying to pull it up, Madam City Clerk. The items removed up, approval of council agenda, approval of city council meetings, minutes, public hearings, public comments, council comments, and it indicates that it shall be no more than 2 minutes, then the question of personal privilege is on the agenda. I would recommend, as has been previously done, and when we look at item number 12, that we don't put question of personal privilege specifically on the agenda, but in the amendment to Rule 12, we indicate where a question of personal privilege can be entertained. Right now it says during comments from council, or council comments. It could say after the completion of all agenda items, which would be before executive session or something of that nature. So based upon the proposed amendment that the city attorneys have shared, I would recommend deleting question of personal privilege and indicating in the Rule 12, which we'll discuss next, where it should go. Other discussion, any other comments, questions on, and she's about, there it is right there. Scroll down. Yes. And scroll back up. Go, chime in. No, I think that's it. Those are the only red areas, and I think for clarity, it should say the mayor or any council member may make comments during this portion of the agenda, provided that comments shall be limited to 2 minutes. See any? The times, with this change, scroll up, the times for council to speak would be during council comments, and then after that is presentations and announcements, which is where we generally have presentations and or appointments or other announcements. So like at that point, there would be no other speaking at the end of the meeting. Because after the agenda items, we go. The next item is would be executive session. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. For some reason, I thought that public comments was going to come before public hearing.
It's currently after public hearings. We have to think about it. When we advertise a public hearing, we give a specific time, like 6:30.
Okay. So it has to come after.
If we keep it, and then also when public hearings are held and people come out to speak, oftentimes if they've signed up for public comments, they choose not to because they've already spoken on the item that they want to speak on. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, I just want to go to number 14. So is it that, are you asking that we remove the personal privilege, number 14, and then just go into executive session after the agenda items?
Right, and then when we talk about Rule 12, like currently it says a question of personal privilege can be entertained during council comments, right? So we could, in that rule, say a question of personal privilege could be entertained at the conclusion of all agenda items. So then it won't be on there as a standing, like it's not on our agenda now, right?
Right.
So it would still be, there would still be an opportunity indicated where it would go. It would just be in the rule and not an agenda item.
So we're changing the language. Instead of adding a number 14, we're changing the language where it speaks to personal privilege, not for it to happen during council comments, but during the agenda items or after the agenda items.
Right. When we look at Rule 12, we can say where it goes.
Yeah.
We can decide where we want to go. We could say it can be entertained after council comments, which has moved up, right?
Right.
Like, we could decide and put it in that rule versus making an agenda item. There's not a question of personal privilege every meeting.
Right.
But these other things generally have.
Okay. So then I would be generally in favor of that. If we just want to say after regular agenda items, and then there's not a number 14.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have them in order, but if you want to go ahead and pull up Rule 12, we'll still open this floor for discussion of possible action after this, but I think it might help. So see where it's during council comments, we could say
What's the difference?
wherever we wanted it.
Okay.
And it could still be during council. Well, it couldn't be during council comments because we limited that to 2 minutes, but it could be after.
Okay.
Go back to 60. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, so my question, I guess, it may have just been answered, but isn't personal privilege and council comments kind of the same thing?
No, so go to the 12 again. Go to the other one. So question of personal privilege is when limited cases in which integrity, character, or motives are assailed, question or impugned. So that's when you get to have one, and previously 3 minutes were added on to.
I would say normally we just address that in your
5 minutes were added to.
council, in the council comments, wouldn't you address, anything you wanted to respond to?
So you're right, and if that is the case, what could happen is the rule stays the same, and it'll be, which includes 2 minutes allowed for council comments. You see what I'm saying? Like, because council comments has moved up, it could still be addressed in council comments. This gives 5 minutes, basically, for a point of personal privilege, because it's added on to the council comment times. We would then change it from 8 to 7.
I would more so. I know the residents like responses to, when they come up to public comments. If we can somehow move one of those to after public comments so we can give them a response and they don't have to wait the whole meeting.
Yes, so
for that.
go back to the first one. Council comments is moved up to after public comments.
Okay.
But what you're talking about, and is a decision that we'll have to make regarding question of personal privilege, is where does it go, right? Do we still get an additional 5 minutes in council comments, right?
I see what you're saying.
To add it, to address it, or do we say it goes at the end of agenda items, but we can do that in the rule versus making it a separate agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martin Roderick.
Thank you. I would like to say that number 14 should probably stay, and my reasoning behind it is, what if a council member comes late to a council meeting and they don't have the opportunity to make public comments? They can circle back at the question of personal privilege.
That's not what the question of personal privilege is
So
for.
then we'd have to do it all in the beginning.
Yeah, there's not a question. The question of personal privilege, as currently defined, is only for instances where shall be limited to cases in which integrity, character, or motives are assailed, questioned, or impugned. So it's only for that. It's not to be able to make additional comments. Unless that's what allegedly occurred. A question of personal privilege is not, we don't have them every meeting.
Right.
It also is something that suggests a level of decorum that we don't want to see. So to have it on the agenda as a separate item is kind of inviting that opportunity, or putting onto the agenda like the behavior that we don't want to see, but having a opportunity within our rules to address it if it occurs is what we currently have.
I was going to say to that point, so say if an incident does occur, I'm not sure if it's necessary to have it on here, because can you just call a point of personal privilege? You know what I mean?
Right, so you can call it. We're saying the same thing, so I don't think it should be on there. Okay. In the Rule 12 about it, we can say where it gets addressed, okay. When it can be addressed, right? And the question is, do we want to have it there to the point of, something may happen later in the meeting during an agenda item. And so when Councilmember Atkins mentioned, like, at the end of all agenda items, right, like being willing to agree to that, if we say in the rule that's where it happens, it allows that opportunity if something should happen.
Yeah, I just feel that's a little aggressive. It can't be like discussion or, some other, I don't know.
No, we could just take it off.
Okay.
So we could approve this rule, and there would be a total of 15 items, because 14, we can say in the motion to adopt the ordinance, striking item number 14, right? So then it'll go away, and then we go to Rule 12. We say where it can be addressed, and if we say it's at the end of all agenda items, in the event that something happens during discussion, that would give an opportunity at the end of the meeting to deal with it. If no further discussion, we would need a motion to waive the first reading on this ordinance.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Shropshire.
I make a motion that we waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further action on this item? And if there's a scroll, go back. Is this 6? Yes. Scroll back up so they can, right, so we can see all the reds there. If there is, based on the discussion, it sounds like there's consensus to adopt the ordinance as written, striking number 14. Striking what is indicated, or striking question of personal privilege, I should say.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Shropshire.
Quick question, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the ordinance, but quick question. So for its personal privilege, it will still be there, but it won't be here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It'll still be a opportunity or possibility. It just won't be on the agenda because it doesn't happen every meeting.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve the agenda adopt the ordinance striking number 14.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is a motion to adopt the ordinance amending ordinance section 2-2002. Should be 2-2002. Scroll up, Keisha. To the agenda item. Yeah, 2-2002, Rule 6, which is section F. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next, council discussion and possible action. Could we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on 32? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And so, scroll up, Ms. City Clerk. So, question of personal privilege. There are a couple options that we just talked about. One is we could leave it as is and just change 3 minutes to 2 minutes, right? So it could still be during council comments, but that would be at the beginning of the meeting, and that's before all of the agenda items where there's other discussion. We could change the question of personal privilege must be entertained at the conclusion of all agenda items for a period of 5 minutes. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, Madam Mayor, my suggestion would be to amend this particular portion of the rule to leave in question of personal privilege to take place at the end of agenda items for a total of 5 minutes.
So then that would be that sentence where there are edits would say the question of personal privilege must be entertained at the end of all agenda items, period. Oh, for a period of 5 minutes. So that red portion will be stricken. The question of personal privilege must be entertained at the end of all agenda items for a period of 5 minutes. Thoughts around?
Just clarification, is that a total of 5 minutes for the evening or for that council member to respond? Does that make sense?
Like adding the 2 from before? You mean for adding, including, is it 3 because there were already 2 in council comments, or a total of 5? Is that what you're saying?
My question is, the 5 minutes is per person, essentially? Okay, got it.
And that's a good point. I think the top part, the right of a council member to address the council on a question of purpose, shall be limited to that. So that gives it to everybody. And then the question of personal privilege must be entertained during the question, the question of personal privilege must be entertained at the end of the agenda items for a period of 5 minutes. And implicit in this is that the mayor is considered a member of the council. I mean, that's okay. So if no other discussion, we could do a motion to waive the first reading.
Motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Then the motion on this item be a motion to amend ordinance section 2-002, section L, to reflect the question of personal privilege must be entertained at the end of all agenda items for a period of 5 minutes.
Per 5 minutes per person?
Well, it's the right of a council member, so it would be per person.
Okay. So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
No, we're good.
In favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Then the last one is Rule 28. Can get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Scroll up. So this is the one, and the attempt here was to address council's desire to allow a person who shows up and signs up to speak to give his or her time at the time of signing up by indicating it on the comment form. So that's what the intent is. Y'all read the language and see if we think that accomplishes the intent. And it also indicates when the time by which they have to sign up. This one is the 28, yeah. Trying to allow people to sign up to speak by being here at the time of signing up and not having money. Oh, I'm sorry. Ziegler, Councilmember Freeland.
Yes, I thought that in the last meeting we had talked about needing to turn in the completed form by 6/25. It also doesn't say when it's available to be for you to sign up. So it's from 6 o'clock to 6:25 is what I thought we had agreed on at the last meeting. Also, If we could have some kind of language in there about where to find the comment card or the comment form. I think that is a little muddy for some people when they want to sign up for comments. But other than that, I think it's okay.
Suggesting, that would be Rule 6. You're suggesting that where it says all speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. to 6:25 p.m., prior to the start of the meeting.
Correct, yeah.
You also mentioned it doesn't say how they get a form.
Right.
So,
and I don't know if we want to do that in the ordinance because maybe things change year after year, but I think it would be prudent to add that somewhere. I don't know, on the agenda itself, maybe, so that we're not locked into it in the actual ordinance, but stating where you find the form and where the clerk sits, because otherwise people don't know who the clerk is, or even if someone's going to stand in for the clerk or where she sits or what have you.
So maybe it's all speakers must I don't want to say retrieve, but and I don't want to say get, that's colloquial. All speakers. Okay. Public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk will be in council chambers to provide comment forms to interested speakers. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. to 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting.
I mean, if that works for the clerks, I think that's a different process than what we do now.
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me see. I have Councilmember Ziegler, Shropshire, Freely, Martin Rogers, and Mitchell. You can be selected like so the city clerk can talk.
Madam Mayor?
Okay.
I was in there, but I know it kept kicking out.
Okay, I'll have you after Councilmember Mitchell. Go ahead.
So the forms are set out on the table out front right next to the agenda. So it's the agendas in one stack, and I put the public comment forms on a tiger striped clipboard. So all the public comment forms are sat right beside the agenda items, well, the actual agenda that the citizens get when they come in. So it's on the circular table. I just go and pull it off at 6:20.
Maybe it's the public speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk will make the public comment forms available to the public prior to the meeting, something like that.
Yeah, like I said.
So I mean, in case she wants to do it out there, she might come inside. But they would know to go to the city clerk. To your point, there's a balance between being prescriptive because it might change, but there's also, I think, a desire to make sure it's clearer about who they get it from, how they get it, where they are, right? So maybe it's something like the city clerk will make the public comment forms available at City Hall prior to the meeting.
Or how about that the public comment forms will be in the lobby and just general lobby, and then we can still keep the same process, but people know that it's going to be somewhere in the lobby, because otherwise you'll have people come in and sit down and think that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the city clerk shall make the public comment forms available in the lobby of City Hall prior to the meeting.
And by lobby, it still can be at that table right by the door, correct?
But they'll know when they come in
okay.
to ask the
Just-
person at the desk.
And I can easily put those little plastic signs in front of that clipboard that just says public comment forms here with the timing on it. I could do that.
And I think that's it. Thank you.
City clerk shall make the public comment form available in the lobby of City Hall, or in the City Hall lobby. I don't know. City Hall lobby prior to the meeting, prior to the start of the meeting. Okay. And then the next one will tell them what time they need to submit it to her. So I think we'll address that. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. My question was going to be maybe have you thought about placing the form on the city's website so people can probably print it out before they come, and or if they call, maybe it could be emailed to them. I don't know, however, whatever is easier. I think probably putting it on the website will probably be easier. That way they can print it out, along with the sign out there that says public comment forms. My next question is this, and I know we said, because we have to be very clear in the ordinance, and I know we said that the person has to be here not to give their time, but to turn in the form to you. So it needs to, somewhere needs to be stated that the person needs to actually be here to turn in the form to the city clerk so she can visit, see that person who's giving their time, writing their time on the form.
Wiggins attempt to try to do that where it says, shall receive the time on his or her comment form provided that, it should say that the speaker provided that the speaker timely submits a comment form, right? Like, so the idea is that everybody has to come.
But see, it could go to both ways. Who's the speaker? The speaker might be the person who's speaking and not the person who's giving the time. So I think it needs to be very clear, because I know we'll probably get challenged on that, but it needs to be very clear.
Yeah, this section that she added says, should a speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, so it's talking about that person. He or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided, we can say that the speaker giving time has timely submitted a comment form to speak. The speaker who's giving time timely submits a comment form. So they have to come here and they have to do it. Yes. And they indicate, so you might have to change your form for them to indicate who they're giving time to, but I think that was what council expressed the desire. Like, both people have to be here at the beginning of the meeting. They have to complete a comment form. If somebody's going to give their time, they have to indicate who they're giving their time to, and they have to submit their form timely, which would be between 6 and 6:25. Correct. That's what we talked about, the clerk verifying it before, at the time of signing up. I also think that's probably why we may not, you can have the form online, but the idea is if they have to get the form here in the lobby, then they're here, they're signing it, and they're turning it in.
My initial point was already addressed on the time. It was the 6:25, and then just to that last point. Do we feel that the text here notated on his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his time. I mean, that addresses that, correct?
It's actually the part a little before it, right? So here, speaker who desires to give his or her time to another speaker may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form. Should be comment provided that, you can say such speaker has timely submitted a comment form, or provided that the speaker giving time has timely submitted a comment form to speak, right? And notated on his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his or her time. So they have to say how much time. So that gets that part. But I think the previous part is he or she may do so by notating, provided that the speaker giving time has timely submitted a comment form.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayor, just as an FYI to all of you, like at least 50 to 60% of the people do put give my time to whoever, like on their public comment form.
Right, but we also need for them to indicate how much time.
Oh, and well, I
They
guess
can give up to 3 minutes.
right. I guess I just haven't had anybody give less than their 3 minutes, but okay.
I mean, if we go by the
Yeah.
rule, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They just need to indicate. I mean, just. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And I think what will also be helpful is right at 6 o'clock or 5:59, an announcement is made publicly, either in here or, well, maybe council chambers. And then when we get down to the last 2 minutes, you have 2 minutes to turn in your forms. That's just as a courtesy. So that way people can't say, I didn't know, if you're in council chambers and you make that announcement to them.
Thanks. Y'all might have already gone over this, but I think a good suggestion was made earlier if we can put the location of the form maybe on the agenda. Okay, you already did that. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Also, and it may have been mentioned as well, but just outside on the clipboard where they sign up, maybe some sort of little card or something that says, just the time. Time to turn in your form is from 6 to, 6:25 or whatever. Just maybe something that's attached to the clipboard, just so people know when you take the form, this is the time it's on there.
I said I would put up the little plastic sign so they can see it on the city right in front of it. Yeah.
Have we waived the first reading? No, we're discussing. Did we waive the first reading? No, we haven't. I thought. No, we're on discussion because, yeah, we're on discussion. So we need a motion to waive the first reading.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Sharpshire.
I make a motion that we waive the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now we need a motion to adopt the ordinance amending section 2-2002, Rule 28, Section BB, to read, the public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment form available in the city hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete a comment form and provide a completed form to the city clerk between 6 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should a speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided that the speaker giving his or her time has timely submitted a comment form to speak and notated on his or her form that he or she gives all or part of his or her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total 6 minutes of speaking time, and then the rest of the rule remains the same.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is a discussion on the school supply drive. Is that going to be brief, or should we go to bifurcated? And then
Can I suggest that we go to?
the bifurcated?
Yeah.
So let's go to item number 35.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Not on opening the floor?
Yes. No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. And what I wanted to say was, I first want to thank Dr. Talbert for hanging in with us with his son and Councilmember Willis. The bifurcation agreement, the City of South Fulton is simply asking that the City of East Point be a good neighbor. We've heard from a pillar in the community and his son. On May 27th, the City of South Fulton voted to enter into an intergovernmental agreement to repave Ridge Road up to $35,000. The City of South Fulton has a project that will come before their council in a few weeks that is located in the Prologis business development. Only 1/3 of this project is in the City of South Fulton. The important facts are this. It does not and will not impact East Point residents. I visited the site, I think Friday. I went out there to look at the site personally. The City of South Fulton is fine with East Point permitting the project, which will yield an additional $40,000 in permitting fees for our city. This business will also generate up to $14 million in revenue. And my request is simple, and that is to direct the city manager to collaborate with the city manager and the City of South Fulton to bring back a suitable beautification agreement and present it to our city attorney for review, and then have it presented to council for support. Are you able to do that, Mr. Jones?
If council votes to direct him to do such. So.
Oh. So that's
Any
going
further?
to be my motion.
Are you making the motion now?
Yes, I am making the motion now.
I had discussion.
So I'll come to you out for discussion on the motion. Restate the motion.
The motion is to direct our city manager to work with or collaborate with the city manager in the City of South Fulton to bring back a suitable bifurcation agreement and present it to our city attorney for review and approval from council.
Is the motion on the floor? Is there a second for discussion?
Second for discussion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. Member Butler, Mitchell.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to get up. Well, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion. Having said that, Mr. Reeves, would you like to could you step to the podium for a question? Mr. Reeves, just so the public knows, how much does it cost to construct a traditional road to this property, an estimate?
The proposal that we have is for $66,000.
No, not that one, originally.
The original concept, we reached out to a contractor to do original concept design to give us a cost or to kind of tell us what we could do and what we couldn't do. That cost would have been $500-something to do that type of project.
So you guys came back with a solution that was $66,000 as opposed to $500,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Talbert, and he does like that agreement. So you guys did a great job reducing the cost from $500,000 to $66,000.
Yes, sir, and that discussion came through our city manager, and we all discussed that with our transportation engineer, our team.
Do you know how much it cost us to do that study that brought the cost down from $500,000 to $66,000?
Well, when we did the first study was when we were previous city manager, when we were trying to get what this project would look like, and that was $15,000 that we spent on that.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that the city approves paying for half of the road, which would be about $33,000, whatever that number is, and that we ask our neighbors if they would pay half for that study, which was only $15,000, and that we would give them the check so that they can make sure that they get this done in a timely manner. So I make that motion. That's my friendly amendment to the motion.
You accept the amendment that requires the city of South Fulton to pay half of the $15,000 study?
Yes, but I have a question though.
So the friendly
Yes,
amendment.
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Who provided the second on the original motion? Does the second still stand? Further discussion, Councilmember Butler.
No, ma'am, I'm out. Thank you.
Member Mitchell.
Thank you. Mr. Reeves, can I ask how many East Point residents live over there? I saw the map. I'm sorry.
It's only one home.
Okay. And I see Mrs. Councilwoman Willis is still here. I kind of had a question for her. I know she presented on this earlier.
Councilwoman Willis. You come.
Thank you for sticking with us.
That's okay.
I had a question, maybe something you can take back to your council. Since, we get calls about streets every day in the city where, hundreds of people live, this, that, and the third. How would you feel about South Fulton paying 75% of the cost?
As I stated earlier, we are entertaining a project that will yield your city $12 million. We don't have any residents to stay on that side of the project. Additionally, we were also asked to enter into an IGA for you all to handle the permitting fees, which will yield another $40 million. Mm-hmm. And so, not 40 million, sorry, 40,000. 40,000. So, with keeping that in mind,
I'm just saying, it's a negotiation,
Yeah, I understand. But
I would just feel kind of guilty knowing that, we get cars are torn up every day. People, I get those calls all day, and not saying I don't want it there. I'm just saying if
I think that we are going to have to work together on several issues. We're only getting a third of that $14 million project that's coming your way. And we're told the developer that, the assistant city manager said we will work with the permitting fees. So I just think that we're all in this together. And this is not about, we're all in this together. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a hand that was dealt to us by not voting to become a city in 2006. So that's what left these jagged borders. And so I cannot make that type of agreement because I'm only one vote. But I can say that the project that we have to consider in a couple of weeks will yield East Point $14 million.
Is there any way we can get a presentation or any more details on that?
Yes, I provided that to you.
Okay.
I provided the site map to you. And also I provided the minutes where we did vote unanimously to pay up to $35,000 for our half of the road. And again, we have these bifurcation agreements with several cities because we have jagged borders. Right. And prior to this administration, we've had to work with East Point on several occasions with developments because of jagged borders. And we have already somewhat compromised because we've changed our land use map to be compatible with your business zoning. So that area in our land use map is now M1. So the developer is coming back to rezone.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much for your consideration. Any other questions? All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
I have Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis. So, what does the developer want to rezone it to?
Well, he wants us to rezone it to M1.
Yours is residential. He wants you to rezone it to M1.
Yes,
So the whole
because that square is residential.
Okay.
And we don't even have access to that road. It comes from the Commerce side.
So my other question is that you indicated that the council unanimously approved to pay up to $35,000.
Yes.
I think the road is $66,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be another $5,500 based upon the amended motion, because it would be 50% of the $15,000 study.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you can't vote on that. I mean, you can't tell us how they're going to vote. I just want to make sure that we're aware that that amended motion would require an additional $5,500 at least from the city of South Fulton. So I don't want you all to be surprised or them to be surprised when it comes back that way.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
At this point, if I have to take it out of my own budget, I will. Okay. $5,500.
You got a nice budget then, because we don't have those kind of budgets. Councilmember.
But I'm fine with that. If you all make the motion and vote to approve on the condition of the $5,500 study, we weren't aware of the study costing that much, but I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Carmen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm looking at the site plan, and I'm trying to see what that is in respect to the red
square?
box. Yeah, the square.
That square is South Fulton. The red square?
Okay, I get that, but I'm looking at the site. Oops.
Everything around the square is East Point.
I'm looking at this one from the site.
Oh, okay, that's the road. Yeah.
So, that's something. Okay, so we're talking about two totally different. Okay, so I was just trying to, but the portion so it's his house, a portion of the land is East Point, and then the rest it goes back out to the South Fulton.
Yes, and we had no idea that some of this road was at East Point until when we did
survey.
Right. And a lot of I'm just gonna be honest with you. A lot of our roads are like that in South Fulton. I have a road, Mason Road and Hunter Road. Some of it is in Union City. They pave their share, we pave our share. Sometimes one time we entered into a bifurcation agreement. And also on the Fairmont side, when citizens did not vote for us to become a city in 2006, a lot of cities went for land grab, and that's how we ended up with these jagged borders. And they weren't locked until we municipalized in 2017.
Okay. And this road, this is all Mr. Talbot, Dr. Talbot, this is all your road?
Well, it's not his road. Right now, there were more people staying on this road, but if you were to drive down Willie Road, you would see like another house that is partially torn down. So there is land that can be developed on that road, but right now, he's the only person on that road.
Okay, and I'm just asking, I know he talked about, with people leaving, burning cars, leaving cars, just crime and everything. So the purpose of paving the road, I'm just trying to see where.
Well, what he has expressed to you all and what he has expressed to us, with him having an artistic son, with him being 70 years old, a lot of things that he used to be able to do, he's not able to do anymore. And so it would make it easy accessible for the road to be paved, and he's been asking for a long time because of the issues that he's articulated to you all and to me, to have the road paved. When we got around to pave the road, that's when we realized we couldn't just go and pave another municipality's road. Okay. So my goal is to get the road paved and to put the additional lighting in our budget for that road. You got to realize that area has been rural for a very long time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Talbert, you're the one, the Red Oak veterinarian?
Yes.
Okay, well, I did my clinicals there.
He served the region for over 40 years.
So, thank you. I know he put them together.
No.
Thank you, I yield.
No.
She said thank you for your service.
Thank you for allowing us. I did my paramedic clinics, clinicals at your at the veterinarian. You allowed us to innovate. Yes, you know. Okay, the cats exactly.
I just want to mention too that because of the way the road is made, I'm having some flooding issues into my driveway. So I have to clean up mud. All this, this week and last week. So it is, kind of a big for me. But I had my driveway asphalt, the way the road is going.
You want to come?
Start to wash off. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
And to address Councilwoman Cummings' statement, one of the reasons Mr. Talbert is requesting that the street be paved for a public safety reason is he thinks, and it bears out that people think that's a dirt road, so they come down that road to do nefarious activities. But he thinks that if it's paved, then people will be less likely to come down that road and think that they can do these nefarious activities. So that's his public safety reason for having this road paved.
All right. Any
Mayor?
further discussion?
Yeah, I want to put it on record. Since my council member says she's got all that money, I'm going to have to come to some council meetings and see what she's doing with it. But that's it.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. And the city attorney will work with you all, city attorney, around the IGA, and that'll have to be brought back to us. Where is it? Yes, we, for the record, the motion that was made was to direct the city manager to work with the city manager of the city of South Fulton to bring back the IGA. I'm just clarifying that.
No, ma'am, that's not what the amendment was. The amendment was that we pay them half of the $60,000.
If you let me finish. What I'm clarifying is what is on the agenda is to approve the bifurcation agreement. So the motions that were made are different than what's here and reflect 50% of the total cost for the road construction and the study. So, Madam City Clerk, just make sure that the motion reflects, and I don't know if we need to change the agenda item, but we didn't approve the agreement. They're going to bring the agreement back with those terms for approval. So we just need to make sure we are clear that we directed and authorized them to go and work on agreement with those terms, but that we didn't approve the agreement tonight.
No, yeah, that's what I have.
Madam Mayor, I
Because
have
we
a
don't have the
question.
agreement before us. Butler.
If we've instructed them and given them permission to pay for it, that already includes the agreement, so why do we have to bring that back? If we've
Because the
said,
city
if we
attorney
said,
has said
if we
to me
said
that
in the
she hasn't
motion,
approved the
if we
IGA.
said in the motion, if we said in the motion that we agreed to pay for the road and South Fulton would pay for half of the engineering firm, why does that have to come back? That would delay the process. Why wouldn't they just go forward with that?
Because every agreement has more than one term. So the only thing that we've agreed to is price. There are other indemnifications, there are other clauses that IGAs have to have between municipalities. This is not delaying the project. This is requiring that the city attorney, who has indicated that she had some questions, so had not approved the IGA that is already in our packet. She asked Public Works some questions that she did not get answers to. So this gives them the opportunity to be able to work through those terms to make sure we finalize the agreement. We can put it on the July 7th agenda. So that the other thing is that Councilmember Willis will have to go back to her council because we just added a $5,500 more based on the amendment to the motion. So what was asked for has changed. She can't agree for her council to pay the $5,500, and the initial agreement does not reflect the 50% of the study, which was in the friendly amendment to the original motion. We already called for the question on it, right? Okay. Next, thank you all for your patience this evening. Council Member Willis, when is your next meeting? July. So it's a day after ours. So if you can come up, our next meeting is on July 7th, but staff could be working with the city manager in South Fulton per the motion, and city attorneys to try to work out a proposed IGA, and then I guess you all would submit an amended. You would submit an amended.
I'm fine with it coming to whatever the second meeting in July, because we don't meet until July 8th, and that would give me an opportunity to bring it back to council with the amendment of the $5,500 on July 8th. Therefore, when you get it on the second, whenever you all meet.
Well, the second Monday is our work session. Our voting meeting is the 21st, so the first and third Monday.
That's fine. Then by the time you get in on the 21st, you'll have everything you need from us. The amendment agreeing to the $5,500 and hopefully the worked out IGA.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I appreciate it.
All right.
I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
So I guess we could put it on July 14th work session here for an update to make sure everything is in place for July 21st.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
July 14th work session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all.
Number 34, Councilman Martin, motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Yes, thank you. The back-to-school teacher supply.
You have to make a motion to open the floor.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for action on the teacher back-to-school supply drive, which I would like to have here at.
So that's a long motion.
All right.
So
I'd like to make a motion for discussion and possible action on the teacher back-to-school supply drive slated for July 26th.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
That's 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. July 26th will be the second teacher back-to-school supply drive. That is a supply drive that supports local teachers here in the city of East Point. I would like to have that drive here at City Hall in 2 phases. From 8:30 until about 10 o'clock, we would like to pack those bags for teachers. And then from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, providing distribution to educators. It will just be a grab and go, pick up from a drive-through. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I don't see anybody's lights on. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to utilize East Point City Hall on July 26th from 8:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. on July 26th.
There's a motion. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
That's like 3. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. You going louder, don't add another person.
Huh?
I said you being louder, don't add another person.
Oh. I should have said aye.
Next up, Councilmember Freely, motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on item number 36.
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, so at our work session, the city attorney presented, we talked about the draft ordinance, which would simply reconcile the ordinance which mentions the collection of glass for recycling, but the city's sanitation department actually does not collect glass for recycling, and so this is just an attempt to reconcile the policy with the ordinance.
While she's pulling it up, if you all want to waive the first reading. Properly seconded that we waive the first reading. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk is pulling up the ordinance just so we can see the red line version and whether or not any changes needs to be made to this this text before. Items allowed to be recycled shall be identified by the manager of the solid waste division. It's probably department, right? Solid waste is a department.
Mm-hmm.
So solid waste department. Oh, Councilwoman Shropshire.
I have a question. So will they now be picking up glass bottles?
No. Councilmember Free.
No, the intention isn't to change what is collected. It's just to correct the fact that we don't actually collect glass.
Because solid waste don't do the recycle.
Right. But this just says that the solid waste manager, the manager, is it the manager of the solid waste department or the director? Here's the director.
It's the director.
The director of the solid waste department will provide a list of items that are recyclable, although we don't do them, but they manage that contract. So the city clerk can put it on the city website so people will know what we do recycle.
Okay, with what's the people name?
I would have said it if you hadn't asked me.
Republic.
Yeah, Republic Recycling.
Okay. So they'll just provide a list of what Republic do pick up
Right.
on the website.
So
Okay.
the director will share the list, and the list will be on the website, but the director will make sure that it is what's recyclable.
Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Freely, go ahead.
I would just note that in addition to the correction in subsection B, it would have to be corrected again in subsection C, solid waste department. Yes. It's in subsection B and subsection C. Sorry?
It's in the red font in A. Everything's running together for me right now, but I don't see it in C. I meant B, but it's in A and C.
It's not in red. It's in the existing text specified by the solid waste division for collection.
Okay.
So just to correct it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Now I see
also
it.
in
Thank
C.
you. Yeah. So a motion would be to adopt the ordinance amending ordinance section 7-2020 sections 20-20 as reflected and indicating Director of the Solid Waste Department in Section A, referencing the Solid Waste Department in Section B, as well as the Director of the Solid Waste Department in Section C, along with the other red font changes. So move. It's been moved by Councilmember Freely, seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 37, motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, the MEAG Power annual meeting is coming up next month, and so MEAG needs our delegates, our voting delegates, by July 8th.
Planning to attend? About right. Huh? So Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Atkins, Councilmember Butler. Anyone else going? So the delegate should be amongst the voting and alternate should be amongst those four people.
Sure. I would like to make a motion to nominate Councilman Freely as the 2025 voting delegate for the MEAG Power Board.
It's been moved and properly seconded that Councilmember Freely serve as the voting delegate for the 2025 MEAG election. Any discussion on that motion?
No discussion, but who's the alternative? Should it be in one motion or two?
I was gonna make it two since they only did the voting in that one, but
You're gonna make it?
I said I was gonna do two, a second motion. I was gonna then go into who's the alternate. But if there's a friendly amendment,
Yeah, because I think they have an alternate, so just go ahead on, if we can just go ahead on and vote it.
Okay,
for-
so
Make it,
would that be me amending it?
So you could either amend your own motion because it was seconded by who? Butler. We haven't called a question, so you can amend it or you can take a friendly amendment.
Sure, and in addition to Mr. Freely, make the alternate.
Alternate voting delegate.
You said, oh, it's two?
Yeah, there's a voting delegate and there's an alternate
Yeah,
voting
so
delegate.
I would like to nominate Councilman Butler to be alternate.
So that's the amendment to your motion?
I'm sorry.
That's the amendment to your original motion?
Yes.
So the motion as amended is to appoint Councilmember Freely as the voting delegate and Councilmember Butler as the alternate voting delegate for the 2025 MEAG election. Councilmember Butler, does your second still stand? Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk, if you can fill that form in, I'll go ahead and sign it. All right, comments from council. Do we have any executive session items tonight? City Attorney.
Sorry, I zoned out there for a second. I have one legal, one personnel, and one real estate.
Attorney Frank Hartley.
Nothing in addition, Mayor.
Okay. Council.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have an appointment I would like
No,
to...
hold on real quick. I'm not confused, everybody. I'm just getting an idea how many executive session items we have. Do we have any executive session items from council? Okay.
You ain't doing it?
Comments from council, Councilmember Atkins, and then Councilmember Butler. I don't know, that's the order it's showing up on my screen.
That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to announce and offer condolences to the Hextall family. Representative Joe Hextall, who was the first black council member for the city of East Point, did lose his wife of 59 years last week Wednesday on June 11th. And so she had been very sick for quite a long time and then hospitalized for 16 months. So that's been a tremendous amount of time spent at the hospital by Representative Hextall. And so would just like to offer our prayers for that family as they move forward with making arrangements for a beautiful burial and homegoing service for Miss Andrea Hextall. Just wanted to make that announcement.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make an appointment. I would like to make the motion that we appoint Napoleon Black to the Utility Advisory Commission.
It's been moved. Is it a joint appointment? I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else, Councilmember Butler?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I would like to just take this time to thank my colleagues, and I would like to mention them by name: Sharon Shropshire, Eric Freely, Carrie Ziegler, Sean Atkins, for attending the Juneteenth event. I would like to especially thank Keisha McCullough for always being there for all of our events. I would like to thank the staff, Lieutenant Bridges, and I have a problem pronouncing my brother's name. It's Lieutenant Molson? I'm sorry for screwing up your name. I had it written down. But also we had State Representative Kim Schofield, Mayor Pro Tem McKenzie from College Park, Congresswoman Nikema Williams, Senator Donzella James to attend, and Benjamin Crump gave out a scholarship to a worthy young lady for $500 for her essay. And so we definitely want to thank him and thank the members of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity PKK chapter for what they did for this event. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, people, for turning up, and thank you, staff, so much. Oh, Jeff Reeves, too, for coming in clutch when we needed him, and the gentleman in the back, I don't have his name, but thank you. Not to put you on blast, but you came in clutch for us, so we really do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Mark Roberts.
Yes, I would like to make an announcement about the Ward D Community Gathering, which will be held on Saturday, June 28th. Information has already been shared with Ward D residents, and I look forward to seeing and hearing and sharing pertinent information with you. We're going to start promptly at 11 o'clock a.m. I would also like to say the Next Generation Internship Program will be starting this Wednesday in East Point. I want to thank the HR department, especially Ms. Jessie, thank you, and the other city departments for allowing 10 students to have this opportunity of a valuable internship program in the city of East Point. And I know that you're going to touch on this, Councilmember Shropshire, but happy belated Father's Day to the fathers that are in our city. But I have to just say thank you so much for your collaboration with that church for the food distribution on Saturday. I heard from people all over the city that just wanted to say thank you. And thank you for your continuous work, for providing that resource to every resident in Ward A, B, C, and D. And I don't want to take that away from you, but I just had to say thank you. It was packed. And people enjoyed themselves, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone that attended the council meeting, both in person and via live stream. Again, congratulations to our East Point Parks and Rec 12U flag football team, and we do look forward to you guys bringing the championship back home next month. Again, congratulations to Todd Hicks, the world's best, I say, ex-brother-in-law, just on your retirement. Much success and good luck to you in the next chapter in your life. And let's see, wanted to invite everyone out for Councilmember Mitchell and myself, and we partnered with Parks and Recs, and we'll be having Screen on the Green. It'll be the last Saturday in each month. June 28th is our first movie. We will have we'll be showing Maverick Top Gun. It's going to be at Sykes Park. So we're asking everyone to come out and bring your lawn chairs or your blankets. We'll be out on the tennis court with the movie screen. We'll be providing popcorn and beverages. There'll be a food truck on site as well. Let's see, that's going to be June 28th. July 26th, we'll be showing Moana 2. And August 10th is the Avengers Endgame. So I'm inviting all of our East Point residents, our neighbors, all members of mayor and council, staff, everyone to come out and hang out with us and watch some good movies. And I also, it's going to be at Sykes Park. That address is 3235 Dotson Drive Connector. Again, it's going to be at Sykes Park, 3235 Dotson Drive Connector in East Point. So looking forward to seeing everyone there. Showtime starts at 8:30, and we will be there from 8:30 till about 11 o'clock each evening. So looking forward to everyone coming out. And I meant to say this first. I have an appointment I need to make as well. To the Municipal Utility Advisory Board, Jeremy Hildreth. It's going to be my appointment. I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to appoint, my apologies, Jeremy Hildreth to the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Did you get? Clerk's not here to get the name. Spell the name for the record in case she has to go back and look at it.
Okay.
Just say it.
I'll wait till she goes.
Just go ahead and spell it.
Okay. Hildreth.
Is the last name?
Yes, and the first name Jeremy, Jeremi. I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk.
It's been moved. It's fine. I just wanted. They can go back and look at it if they need to.
Gotcha.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Anything else, Councilmember Cummings?
That will be all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I also had an appointment to the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission. So I would like to make a motion to appoint DeMarcus Cruz to that committee.
Is that a motion? He didn't state it for me.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint DeMarcus Cruz to the Municipal Utility Advisory Commission.
There's a second, Councilmember Ziegler. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Sharp.
Thank you. I want to say, first, sending condolences to Joe Hextall and his family. And normally in a case like this, the city do send flowers to that family. So if the city clerk could reach out to the Hextall family to get arrangements and send something on behalf of the city council to Mr. Hextall and his family in their time of grief. I also want to say thank you to all of those who came out on Saturday for the food giveaway for Father's Day, and thank you to First African Community Development Corporation and the Nehemiah Foundation. And yes, it was packed. People lined up, I think, starting at 6:30 in the morning, and it was a good day. And being able to provide, give back to the communities and to those who are in need. And I want to say thank you to all the staff who came out, especially Park and Recreation, as well as the city clerk staff, who helped and provided service, as well as code enforcement. Mr. McGee, thank you. And if I missed anybody, please forgive me, but thank you to all in the police department especially, who did an excellent job on traffic control. So I have to say thank you to the mayor and to Martin Rogers for being there, helping out and everything. It was just really, it was really great. And once again, if the city clerk could reach out to the Hickstar family, Joe Hickstar, to see what they need and whatever, provide what the city would usually do in that time. And I know it has to be very hard on Joe, but so thank you.
Councilmember Freeland.
Yep, I think, and I could be incorrect, but I think Councilmember Butler may have just forgotten to mention that Fulton County Commission Chair Rob Pitts also joined the event on Saturday. So thank him for attending. That's all.
Couple things. Definitely extend our deepest sympathy and condolences. I spoke with former representative, former council member Joe Hextall the day after his wife transitioned and extended condolences on behalf of the city. Mrs. Hextall was definitely kind, giving, and full of fun and energy, full of life. And so transitioning is hard at any time, and so we ask you to pray for peace, strength, and comfort for Mr. Hextall and his family during this difficult time. The food giveaway, thank you to the First African Community Development Corporation as well as Nehemiah Foundation for partnering with the city, and thank you to Councilmember Shropshire and staff and everyone to ensure we had a very impactful food giveaway for Father's Day, but there were a lot of people who said thanks and were very appreciative of the service on that day. The Healthy Point 5K, the finale event, the Healthy Point 5K Run Walk will be on Saturday, June 28th. The race will start, you can register online at bit.ly/2025 Healthy Point Race. You can register online or on site the day of at 7:30 a.m. The race will start at 8 a.m. and then we will follow it with the celebration at 9:30 a.m. It is a Peachtree Road Race qualifier, so those who are participating and would like to receive the Peachtree Road Race credit is $20, but it is free to Healthy Point participants and youth, and there is still time to register for the Healthy Point, so you can register and participate in that for free if you like, or if you want it to serve as a qualifier for the Peachtree Road Race, the fee is $20. After that, and thank you to our sponsors, Aetna, Amazon, SA Recycling, Georgia Power, ATL, Airport, CIDs, and Morehouse School of Medicine. After that, at 10 a.m., we will have our inaugural Flex Fest. Flex Fest is a free event where flavor meets freedom. Whether you're a seafood fan or a kale crusader, this festival lets you embrace where you are at while tempting your taste buds to explore something new. Food fun for every kind of eater. Flex Fest welcomes pescatarians, flexitarians, vegetarians, and vegans, and all are welcome. There will be fitness demos following the 5K Run Walk, Kids Zone, Food Fest, and music. Again, that will be on Saturday, June 28th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This will all take place at the John D. Milner Athletic Complex at 3009 Randall Street. Also, the Public Service Commission election is tomorrow. If you have not voted early, you can still vote tomorrow. Every election is critical to progress, even if there is just one thing on the ballot, as there is this time. This is a very important race. It is a statewide race, and so tomorrow is the primary. Polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you have to go to your assigned polling precinct tomorrow, and so you can go to the My Voter page to confirm that Again, the public service election will be tomorrow. And stay tuned. There will be information coming out in the near term about our upcoming 2025 State of the City address. Mr. Jones indicated he has 1 real estate, 1 personnel, and 1 legal. The city attorney, or Attorney Hartley, indicated he doesn't have any from legal. Are there any from council? If not, let's recess into executive session for 1 real estate, 1 personnel, and
1 legal.
Yep, I was just making sure I didn't have anything. 1 legal.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. Health equity. Yeah. Can we get a motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? There's a request from the city manager. We make a motion to approve his recommended finalist candidate for the deputy city manager position, Renee Tyler, at a salary of $160,000 per year with a $8,500 relocation expenses, as well as the other standard employee benefits.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? Y'all ain't ready to go? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night this morning.